Hello and welcome to the beautiful city of Budapest as we celebrate chess. It has been 2 days of festival with the Global Chess Festival. Fantastic 2 days of fun, and it continues as we go on to a big day of the triathlon in this scenic Budapest as we see there the stunning Parliament building. What a city to play and have fun with chess. And in the studio, I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev alongside the legend, the one and only Grandmaster Judith Olga. Judith, what a fantastic day one we had, and what a big day we have ahead of us. How are you feeling?
Well, I feel very excited and hyped up still from the yesterday's event, and I'm very much looking forward to this special evening.
And this is day 2 of the Global Chess Festival. Now, traditionally, we've had just 1 day of celebrating chess, the spirit of the game, but this time it extends over to today, and today we've got a very special event lined up, the Chess Triathlon. Tell us about that, Judith.
Well, it was my idea to come up with something that it might be very entertaining for the chess enthusiasts and chess lovers. So the idea was to have mixed pairs and to have 3 kind of chess activity where the players can show their focus, how they make decisions, what is the intuition all about, and how they can play in pairs.
Yeah.
So to mix things up and have fun.
We're going to have so much fun because we have 4 incredible teams fighting it out today. And Judith, it's my first time at the Global Chess Festival. I've heard so much about it, and for me it was always a dream to come here. So this has been fantastic, and I think we have to tell our audience, on day 1 at the National Gallery, we had over 4,000 people visit the festival.
Absolutely, we are very overwhelmed on the numbers, even though in previous years we also had quite a few thousand of people. But yesterday I've heard from many different people that we stepped up and next level of the event. We had really thousands of people, a lot of kids, because we have a lot of different activities. Everything on the chessboard, and which is chess related, but hand and craft, and we had an amazing community game together with you, and Alessia and Ivanchuk was there.
Yes.
So it was really a lot of fun apart from many other programs.
It was awesome. We had so many legends over there. We had the chess community. We had people just enjoying of all ages coming together for the game. And Judith, you started the Global Chess Festival in 2007. It's been held every year since then. How does it feel to see it right now being hosted in one of the most beautiful buildings of Budapest, extended over 2 days, having the biggest grandmasters, the biggest names come and fight it out over here, see so many kids? It must be a special feeling for you.
It is, because in 2007 my daughter was 1 year old, and now she's 70. And it's from year to year. That time we started still only chess afternoon, and only much later we called it the Global Chess Festival, because there's so many countries connecting and visiting us. So this is very special, and sometimes when I look at it with a little distance, I see that all those work, also like in chess, it pays off, and we can grow and do some more quality and more interesting things.
You're doing just incredible work, and you continue to inspire not just Hungary, not just Budapest, but I think players, the community all over the world, and the Global Chess Festival is so special like that. And I'm going to say my favorite part of day 1 was a chess and jazz party. After an entire day of activity, we had a lot of fun with everyone gathering to just enjoy and celebrate the game. And Judith, it continues. The celebration continues today in the first ever chess triathlon of the Global Chess Festival. We're going to have 3 different events today. The players, the teams will be fighting it out, also for glory and prize money.
Oh, absolutely. You know, some of the players, they're not so active anymore. They do other things as well. But I see in their eyes that when they sit down front of the table, front of their screen, and take their mouse in their hands, they are going to be like, ooh, I want to win, no matter how professional I am still. So it is quite nice to see my colleagues, former colleagues, to see them like, oh, I don't care, I'm not good in this, but I know how much they are concentrating, walking around in the studio, exactly the same way like when they were playing in the tournament, and you know, you're focusing. And of course here we need even more focus because it's such a short time control.
Like you said, once a chess player, always a chess player. And we all know that competitiveness is in the blood. So it doesn't matter you haven't played, how long you haven't played a tournament, they're here to win the first prize. And like you said, team strategies were being discussed. They're taking this event very seriously. We will have 3 battles here, starting with the puzzle battle. The teams will fight it out in a puzzle rush, and then we're going to have a tandem chess where the 2 players in a team will play alternate moves. And finally, this third segment of the day will be the bullet chess, 1 minute with a 1 second increment. And the eventual winner after these 3 segments is fighting for being the first ever Global Chess Festival Triathlon champion.
Yes. You know, it's very interesting that for me it's something completely new. I never played a single competitive game on a screen. So for me, it's something very new, but okay, these days it's very normal, right? That COVID brought this us that there are so many great events online.
Absolutely, and I think it's really interesting because just next door in the studio, the players are actually there right now, facing each other, but they'll be playing on the computer screen. And right before they entered the playing arena, we could see them huddled up, discussing team strategy, what openings to play in the tandem section, what is the best way to play the puzzle battle, because there are 3 different formats. And we see there on our screen that they are ready to go. This will be our first matchup, Judith.
It's funny, I somehow have a feeling that like there's a car race starting in a second. Look at them, both players, they're just giving a smile.
Yes. And these are the teams that are fighting it out. It is 4 teams, 2 players make a team. It is mixed, and we see there some big names, some active players, streamers, and it's quite a fun mix. Judith, is there a specific team that stands out to you in strength here?
Well, I think the favorite is David and Alessia because they are very much familiar and every day they're using the screen. I know David is like a bullet addict, I think. We are not giving away secrets on that. And I think for players who are playing a lot online, they are having a little advantage. At the same time, it's about the mindset also. So they are the favorites. But I think the others are also quite interesting, I must say. We have mixed pairs, husband and wife. So it will be very interesting how the players can really work together.
And we've also got some youngsters playing here. I see we've got Zsóka Gaál with Grandmaster Berkes Ferenc making up the Mighty Fox, and that's also a really big team to watch out for. Zsóka has been quite on fire lately. She's just 16 years old, a big talent from Hungary.
Yes, she was playing her first Olympiad in Chennai last time, and she played some important games. In the last round she won, so this is how the Hungarian team became in top 10, and definitely she is the biggest hope in Hungarian chess from women's part.
Yes, and we also saw Dana there. She's a woman grandmaster, and even though she doesn't play as actively as she used to, Judith, I feel her chess reminds me of your chess. She loves to play aggressive, she loves the attacking style, and she's also one player to watch out for today.
Exactly, and she has such a passion for chess. Like, she takes every opportunity to play chess. So when I asked her if you're ready, she just said immediately, yes, you can count on me.
The players are ready to go, and we will have action in just a few moments. And this is all about celebrating not just the competitive side of chess, but having a lot of fun with it. And Judith, with the Global Chess Festival, Chess Connects Us has become this huge catchphrase in the chess world. Everyone says it all the time, and you coined it. What's the vision behind it, behind the festival, and especially Chess Connects Us? How do you think Chess Connects Us?
Well, it came to us and to me personally that how good sentence it is, because I started to play chess when I was 5 years old. So all my life, basically, chess connected me to everybody and everyone. And this is why we have it, and ever since it works very well, because whenever I meet people, amateurs, professionals, from all over the world, it does connect us in every way. And of course, we have not only the Global Chess Festival locally in Budapest, but also on the same day, we are inviting other initiatives to celebrate chess on the same day. So this is also a way to connect each other.
Absolutely. And it's so interesting because it's such a competitive game. And you're playing against an opponent, you want to win. It's all about trying to get to outsmart your opponent in certain ways, but it really does bring the community together. It breaks so many barriers, and with the festival, you've been able to achieve that, because yesterday I saw 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds playing against opponents much older to them. You got women and men competing together. You got all age groups, people from across the world. I think 6 countries yesterday.
6 continents.
6 continents.
We had
all
many
about,
countries.
yes.
I think we had more than 20 countries
Wow.
visiting. From India, not only you, some other people also, but from Europe, from a lot of countries, and a lot of visitors. But Chess Connects Us is not only on the chessboard for me, but generally Chess connects science, connects art. It's not only about sport, and of course a lot in education also, because we are focusing a lot how chess in education can be more and more natural for everyone.
Judith Polgar's legacy is not only on the board but off the board as well, and in one of the big ways has been the Global Chess Festival. Is chess an art, science or sport? As you said, chess connects all these 3 angles, Judith, and I think in just a few moments we will have the first battle, which will be a puzzle battle for the teams to start off. So fasten your seatbelts. The action is about to start in 3 incredible different disciplines of chess, starting with the puzzle battle. And Judith, one of the big themes in this year's Global Chess Festival has been decision making. What are going to be the key aspects in this puzzle battle when it comes to decision making?
Well, first of all, I think you have to have a very strong focus, because 1 second and it's over. You shouldn't complain about yourself and focus. If you miss one opportunity, you have 3 lives, right? So even if you make a mistake, you should stay focused. And of course, it's intuition and focus, basically, what determines who is going to be the winner.
And time management, because they've got 3 minutes for the puzzle battle. The aim is to solve as many puzzles as you can within 3 minutes, 3 strikes, and you're out. Now, usually in the puzzle battle, Judith, the first couple of puzzles are the appetizers. That's the easy zone, but then it starts to get very tricky.
Exactly. I tried it some years ago myself. And I was like, you can get addicted quite easily. And I've seen quite a few players who got addicted. And of course, it's like about being very fast, and you shouldn't complain as a grandmaster, just come on, I should be solving mating 1, mating 2. But number 20, 25 puzzle, it can be very tricky. Also, sometimes you either take the queen or you give checkmate, so it's a very tricky thing, which one you choose. And but I see the players already starting to focus,
Yeah.
I mean, really, car race.
Oh my gosh, I can feel the tension, and they're right across from us in the room next door. This is going to be a fun one, and I can see determination on Berkes, and I think we're on the go. This is Team DragonChess versus Team Mighty Fox, and Judith, it's go time.
Well, this is, of course, the players are very fast, because mating 2, mating 2, mating 1 right now. So let's see who is faster.
Wow.
But they're head to head.
Very, very close. 30 seconds on the clock, both around 8 positions there, and it's all about getting these early puzzles
and
to
it's
solve
pattern
really
recognition.
Quickly.
Basically, it's pattern recognition, 100%. Let's see, mating 1,
F2,
mating 1, Queen F2, Bishop F3, Queen F3. Obviously, it's something incredible that the players are warming up.
Yes. Lots of back rank ideas.
But head to head, look at this. They're so fast, it's only seconds different between the 2 players. Obviously, mating 1, mating 2 continuously.
And he finds it again. Berkes, he is just 1 puzzle ahead, Judith, and that might count for something, but Miguel.
Mating 2, Queen D7, Queen D8, mating 3 already.
Queen F5, will Berkes find it? Queen F5, he does it.
Knight F4. Sometimes it's a very tricky checkmate and you're like puzzled. What is this? It should be a mate, I don't see it.
But you know what I'm impressed of? Not a single strike for either of these 2 players yet.
Yeah, that's amazing. 21-21. Wow, wow, wow.
This is close. This is super close. And look at the speed with which they're solving. And now Berkes, he's got a 2 puzzle lead, but he slows down.
More than a minute to go, and still it's like mating. Oh, wow, wow, wow. What is it? Yes, mate in 2. Now rook f8, queen h7.
Nicely found, and a back rank mate for Berkes. He finds it.
Yeah, takes. So what's... why don't I see the mate?
It's 1 minute left for the puzzle battle.
27, 27. Look at that.
This is really
rook
close.
f4 for Berkes.
And take the f2, take the rook on the back rank.
Yeah, they are...
Ooh,
Berkes is still leading. What's going on? 40 seconds left.
40 seconds, and on 30 each. I'm not going to lie, I thought Ferenc would be
no
a
mistake,
big
no
favorite.
mistake
Not a
from
single mistake
any
in
of
this
them.
one. Very impressive by Miguel.
Absolutely. Wow, what a head-to-head.
These guys have been practicing Puzzle Rush
I'm
all
sure
night, Judith.
last night they were doing it all night. One mistake by Miguel.
1 strike, let's not forget 3 strikes, and you're out. All right.
Berkes is in lead.
Very close, 10
Only few
seconds.
Few
10.
seconds, he has to hang on.
7, 6, 34 for Ferenc. Miguel needs to speed up, Judith.
Yeah, Miguel has to... Wow.
Oh, so close. And Berkes Ferenc, he takes it.
Scored the first point.
A very important point for his team. And now it will be the ladies who will go. And look at that. They are also having a really good time. What a fight that was. Handshakes. And it is 1 to Berkes. And the ladies step in to have a go in the puzzle battle. And we see there Zsóka Gaál with Olga Alexandrova.
Yes.
This is going to be a tough fight. Judith, is there a favorite in this puzzle battle?
I don't know. I think they are both very good in tactics. And of course, we have to say that these are very simple puzzles. So the challenge is not to give mate in 2 or mate in 1, but more of the concentrating for 3 minutes, not making a mistake. Even if you do make a mistake, don't spend time to curse yourself. So it's very important. And of course, both of them, they want to win. Like the Mighty Fox. They
Yes.
want to take a lead. We take 2 points away. While, of course, Olga is like probably frustrated and says, come on, I have to equalize the match.
Absolutely, and it's so important for Olga to be able to do that right now so that she can level the score. Zsóka Gaál is in the team of Berkes Ferenc, who's already won the round 1 of the puzzle battle. Judith, they are about to start. It's hands on the mouse. 3, 2, 1, and we go.
So let's see. Of course, taking a piece, giving checkmate. Exactly. It seems like Zsóka is a little bit faster for the beginning, and no mistake. No mistake. Olga is also catching up.
But Olga needs to be faster because Gaál is just breaking away right now. She's solved almost double the amount of puzzles as Olga. And that's not good news.
You know, when I was a kid, a baby, I was practicing this when I was 5, 6 years old, and you have to know all these patterns.
Yeah.
And, you know, sometimes you have only seconds to recognize it.
Pattern and also the speed and the mouse skill that you want right now. And I feel that that does favor the younger generation. So Gaál probably just slightly stronger and faster on the mouse right now. 14 to 17. So Olga has caught up a little bit.
Yeah, but now Zsóka is taking a bigger lead.
She breaks away.
And we just went down 2 minutes, under 2 minutes.
Back rank patterns, picking up pieces.
Interesting, none of them makes even a mouse slip or anything. They're really focused.
You have to be so careful to not get an early strike in the puzzle battle right now. And we see that Zsóka has reached 25, 100% score, all greens on the board right now.
Huge lead.
Huge lead, but Olga has to speed up.
Yeah, she has to speed up. No stress.
Look at the focus on the players right now.
Absolutely, taking the rook. Of course, they should not make a mistake, but we see that none of them made a single mistake so far.
I think the only mistake has been on the time management. While Olga has solved all of them, she's been slightly slow. She finds the last one as well. She is catching up, but this last 1 minute, the puzzles get tougher incrementally as well, Judith. So it's not going to be an easy task for Olga to catch up. 3 puzzles away though.
Yeah, she became much faster.
Oh, and
Oops, and one mistake.
She gets
one
across.
mistake. And this is always a question how you handle a mistake. And Olga is catching up. She's catching up, only 2 difference.
this could go anyway now. This could go anyway, just under reaching the 30-second mark. 1 strike for Gaál.
And of course, if she would make another mistake, then she knows the pressure that there is no more mistake because then she loses automatically. So we are under 30 seconds. And Olga made a mistake.
Both players have 1 strike each. And once again, Zsóka does break away on puzzle 33. She's giving the checkmates.
Yeah. Discovered check and mate on d8.
Nice.
But Olga made already 2 mistakes, so she has this pressure that she cannot make a 3rd one because then it's completely over. And time is up.
And time is up, and Zsóka wins with 4 extra puzzles there. Quite a performance it has been by Berkes Ferenc and Gaál Zsóka. They win against their opponents in the puzzle battle. Wow. Yeah. That was quite a fight. We see we are getting ready, Judith, for the next match to start soon. What did you make of that? I mean, to me, it's clear that Berkes and Zsóka, that's the team to beat. They are in form today. They've come here with a mission.
Yeah, I think they came here to win.
Yes.
They are very determined, though I know that like Berkes was saying, no, this game is not for me. I'm not playing online. But you know how they are. I mean, he just played incredible at the World Cup. He was in 8th quarterfinal,
Yes.
I think. So he played amazing, even though he's actually, it's a non-secret that he's also a trainer of Zsóka. So they know each other very well. And probably they were also mentally preparing that. What is the tactics? And the tactic is, I think, here is just be focused.
Yeah.
Be focused and determined that you have to be there only for 3 minutes. No mistake, just focus exactly one after another puzzle.
Speed, focus, as you said, pattern recognition, such an important part. And it turns out that the Mighty Fox were too mighty for DragonChess. Mighty Fox does take the first point in their matchup. And we are getting ready as David Howell is in place right now. He plays for Crazylandia and he will be playing against another Hungarian talent, Judith.
Yes, actually, I have also a mentor program, and he's part of my mentor program, and also Zsóka. And what is interesting with Gellért, that he has 3 siblings, and there was one point in Hungary when in all the different age group they were number 1 in the country. He's very determined, and he's someone who is going to be, I think, one of the players of the Olympic team, A, B, probably B or C, see if it's possible in the Olympiad, but he's actually going to university. But he's really determined to show and to play well, and for him to become part of the Olympic team. It's something
that's such a dream.
that it's like real dream. So, and I'm pretty sure that they grow up playing a lot of puzzle battle themselves.
I think this is going to be closer than what their ratings might tell. I think that's not the whole story. David Howell, Grandmaster, will be playing against International Master Gellért Karácsonyi. He's only 19 years old, a big upcoming talent, as Judith said, aspirational for that spot in 2024 Chess Olympiad. They're ready to go. David, I did speak to him yesterday. He is very motivated to win this triathlon, Judith. You know how competitive he is.
Oh yeah, David is very competitive. He's very familiar with the platform, and he plays a lot in different formats, I believe. And I think both of them know that, of course, they can do 100%. The only question is who is going to be faster.
Yes.
And 3 minutes seems to be not much, but sometimes it can be not so little either.
And we see hands on mouse. They are ready to go. This is going to be a close battle. It is once again a 3-minute puzzle battle, 3 strikes and you are out. It is about speed, the mouse skills. It is about pattern recognition and finding those tactics. Judith, what are your predictions for this one?
Well, I would bet on David, but I know exactly that Gellért is someone who is extremely fast. And he knows all these patterns while even sleeping.
And he is. He's keeping a close watch over there. We see Gellért with 8 and David on 10. And David has already got...
Yes, he made a mistake.
One
And
strike
look
for
at that.
David.
Look at that. Only very little.
And he slows
ahead.
down. He slows down because the pressure adds up, Judith.
Yes, this is what's the case. Like, how can I make a mistake? How can I make a mistake in mating two?
And these are the easy puzzles. This is the starter. This is the bread right now. You haven't even gotten to the meat portion of the puzzle battle. David Howell with the first big red strike.
But now he becomes faster and faster. It seems that, come on, David, he tells to himself.
He has to forget about it. You can see the focus on David's face there. Only one across. But he's got 2 more lives remaining. He's about 2 puzzles ahead.
Yeah.
But under 2 minutes,
Gellért.
anything can happen.
Yes, I mean, Gellért did not make any single mistake, but he's not fast enough.
Yes. David, I was talking to him yesterday and he says he's spent about 2 years of his life on chess.com.
Okay.
Everything put together, his blitz, his bullet, his puzzle rush, so he definitely has the practice in.
He slowed down for a second. So it's
Now
head to head. It's head to head.
It's very close. Gellért at
Still minute and a
28.
half.
Yes.
But now,
Wow. That was a nice one that Gellért just found. A sequence of moves and he plays it to perfection. But now 5 puzzles ahead for David Howell.
well, that's not little at all. But still, we are not even under a minute. So anything can happen. Especially if David would make one more mistake. That would be kind of stressful. But I remember the top players are really going over like 45, 48, 50, like Nakamura and these guys.
Oh, and it's really above 30 that it starts to really get difficult for these guys. 30 to 40, it's sort of medium difficult. 40 and above is when you need to be really careful. So now David is in danger zone right now, which is why we see him slow down just a little bit.
Well, Gellért is slowed down also, kind of, because there's quite a huge lead by David, like 6 points ahead.
Yeah. And the puzzles are getting tough. I think for Gellért, it's important that he's got enough lives. He
Wow,
can
look
make
at that.
mistakes.
David made one more mistake.
Second strike, only 1 left, Judith.
1 left, so probably he's not happy.
But Gellért has to find. He has to
Go
hurry
for it.
up. He
Go
has
for
to
it.
go for it, even if it means
Go
a
for
strike. It doesn't
Go for
matter.
it. Go for it. Go for it.
41.
Wow,
He
catching up. 1 mistake by Gellért.
But 10 seconds. Oh, second mistake by
9.
Gellért.
Wow, he has to be very fast. Second mistake by Gellért.
Just go for it. It doesn't matter anymore.
Wow, wow, wow.
This is a close one, and David takes it.
Yeah.
Whoa, and look at David. He's so relieved.
So all this time he spent on chess.com paid off.
Very important just at the crucial moment when it counts. And the team Crazylandia takes their first point, and now it's the ladies.
Now it's ladies' turn, and I don't know who is more determined, but sometimes I have the feeling that Dana has her fighting spirit, whatever she does, but chess is such a passion for her, even though she's not professional, of course, by now. But she was playing, and she's a woman grandmaster. She
Very
was
strong.
competing. I remember she was already Minister of Economics, and she was playing in the Olympiad in Baku, I think, and won against not Hui Fan, one of the big shots in the ladies section. So she can focus.
Yeah. It's dangerous Dana against a woman, a FIDE master, Alessia Santeramo, a very famous streamer as well. Judith, in the puzzle battle, it is so much about speed as we've seen. And I think for Dana, that is going to be the big challenge.
And they started.
And it's go time.
Yeah. Let's see who is faster. For the very beginning, Alessia is faster. So let's see how fast Dana is going to be. She's catching up.
Bishop e4, she finds it, queen a8, you got to get in with the queen, queen f7. Oh, these are mate in ones. The top 10 puzzles, the first 10 puzzles, you have to be really quick. You see a check, you give it Judith.
Yeah. yeah. The typical patterns, what you learn when you're a kid, when you want to play for your first tournaments. You have to learn all these mate in one patterns, how it works and how the checkmate is.
And is that something that you studied a lot? Because
A lot.
Yes.
Not only making it, solving it, but also creating them. So to make the creativity on a higher level.
And this is the most important part, right? How to build and get the position where these tactics can flow out of.
And of course, I was always a great fan of tactics. The people who followed me, they know.
I think everyone in the chess world knows just how dangerous a player.
I have a bad image.
Oh, the best image. The feared Judith, and of course, tactics. Attacking chess was your forte, and that's exactly what the players right now battling it out in the puzzle rush need.
Alessia made a mistake already, but still she's ahead.
She's ahead because she's faster.
Yeah, she's very fast. So maybe this is something that as a streamer, she's more used to the computer and how it works. So her vision is maybe working faster on the screen.
And it shows because Dana has not made a single mistake. So the strength is there, but the speed is lacking.
Well, this is also when you're not an active player, right? That you're slowing down. This is one of the very clear signs of that.
Judith, Alessia gets a second strike.
Wow, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. We're under a minute, but...
And if Alessia gets a third strike, then Dana just needs to cross her. And that is possible. 29 for Alessia. She needs to be very careful, which means she needs to slow down, and it's done.
Wow.
Alessia stops at 29. Dana needs to get just 4 right to win this battle.
Oh,
and we can hear the cheering outside. We can hear the players.
So actually, 2 more to go for Dana.
And she's got 3 strikes. She's got 30 seconds in hand. She finds this one.
And mate into 28.
She's going to do it.
She's going to equalize.
Oh my God, big moment here.
24 seconds left. So she needs 1 more. She made a mistake.
That's fine.
Trap
you just
the queen.
need to get
Trap
2
the
right.
queen.
She
and
does
it's done. 29-29, 1 mistake. So she needs
10
some seconds.
Queen A4 check. She finds it.
And she wins.
She does it. Team Maglat is going to win their second battle and equalize the score against Team Crazylandia. Wow, Judith. What a performance here. And we see that it doesn't matter anymore. Dana has done it.
Wow. Determination, focus. Look how happy Dana is. Catching up 1-1.
What a performance that was. And it was so close because Alessia seemed to break away at first, but getting those strikes in. So it's...
But you know, precision, it is sometimes extremely important in chess. This is one of an example, of course, it's a race practically, right? But also in chess, sometimes when you have a winning position, you have to be there, stay focused to win the winning position. And this was something that she had the lead. And if she's focused, she doesn't make a mistake. And I'm pretty sure that after the second mistake, some people get very nervous.
Absolutely, Judith. And look at our standings. We still have more puzzle battle action coming up. But right now, it is Team Mighty Fox with 2 wins. Zsóka and Berkes Ferenc, they both won, while Team Crazylandia and Team Maglat at 1 each after their first match. It's really too close to call for anyone. We can see the determination on each of these teams.
Yes, it's a lot of fun to see the players being stressful, and I'm sure that after a victory, we can call a victory, right?
Yes.
When you feel a little smarter, that I was more focused. Yes, I mean you really feel the competitiveness, the sport element of it.
Yes, and each of these teams are actually going to play against each other. It's kind of like a round robin. Exactly, yes. Judith. Which means they're just getting their warm-up in. This is the Puzzle Rush warm-up time, and we can expect them to get faster, to do pattern recognition quicker, as you say, which is so important. And Judith, as the queen of tactics, as the queen of attacking chess, what would you say is the best way to actually improve at tactics?
Well, this is something which I would advise everybody to test yourself. And also it's very important that you have success, right? So I think for amateurs, for sure, this is something great even before the game. To have this like an hour before the game, just that you sharpen your brain and you recognize the patterns which you have to recognize. But a little bit more difficult, it could be also something that top players, I think, should have. When I was like a teenager, many times I was solving some tactics. And the point was not to have difficult tactics, but something that I feel comfortable and I see and test my brain how fast it is working.
Yeah. Some great advice there, and it really is about getting your brain to work as quick as possible. And right now it will be about who is able to do it between Team DragonChess and Team Maglat, as Grandmaster Miguel Illescas takes on Grandmaster Gellért. Karácsonyi, who is 19 years old, he was close to taking the battle against David.
I love this scene that Miguel took off his watch. You know who was having this habit?
Oh my gosh,
Garry Kasparov. He came to the board, he took off his watch at some point, so you knew that he's focused.
Oh, yeah.
And
it gives
everything all in.
psychological pressure
Yes.
on your opponent that he is ready to go, and they are ready to go. Gellért takes the lead.
Wow. Wow. Definitely. They want to win. Miguel wants to win because so far they have 0.
And a back rank checkmate there. And we did see in the Dana versus Alessia match, it's not just about speed, but
So he is much faster.
much faster, finding those tactics on the board. Big pattern recognition there, traps and wins the queen, pins and wins the queen. A back rank checkmate coming in. Another back rank checkmate coming in.
Yeah, it's the rook on the 7th is powerful.
Judith, have you tried Puzzle Rush?
Yes.
And-
you know, when it was the first time in London on the World Championship, after it was finished between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, I went into the commentary room, the VIP room. Everybody was on high spirit. And they said, Judith, you have to try this. We are addicted. And everybody was making Puzzle Rush.
And where, do you remember what was, where did you get to?
I don't remember. I was not bad, but after that there was the after party of Magnus, and there also everybody like.
Sounds like a typical chess party.
Yeah, I mean it was incredible. Everybody was on. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. And for some time, I was also doing it like every day for some time. It's like this addiction.
It's so addictive.
Yeah, it's
Oh my
addiction.
gosh.
Like you challenge yourself. No, I stopped. No, again, I have to make more points.
And right now it is Miguel Illescas who needs to make those points, Judith. He's had one strike already, and we see.
He's a lot behind.
Yes, that's almost 10
This is a
puzzles.
huge advantage.
Huge advantage, and with just
It's a piece
minute to
up.
go. I think that's a great way to put it. It is like having an extra piece on the board.
Yeah.
35 puzzles to Gellért here, who gets his first strike in.
One mistake each. One mistake
each, and 35 puzzles for Gellért. He's still really ahead, and under 30 seconds now. It's going to be tough for Miguel to catch up, especially with that second strike in. Rook h8, checkmate.
Yeah, under half a minute, still fighting. It's not a good screen for Miguel to see himself having only like 10 points behind. It's almost impossible to catch up. 2 mistakes for Gellért as well, so...
But even if he gets a third mistake in, he doesn't have enough time.
Goes countdown and just few seconds away to finish this, and Gellért is going to score the point.
And he does it. Gellért takes the point. It is Team Maglat's victory against Team DragonChess, and we see a fist bump there.
Yeah, but the guys are smiling, though, of course, they want to win. So, Dana is so happy.
Dangerous Dana is back, Judith, and she's playing against Olga Alexandrova, who did lose to Zsóka. So, Dana feeling in form after that big win against Alessia. I think she's found her rhythm with the Puzzle Rush, and it's not going to be easy for Olga to get this in.
No, and you can see that Dana is really taking her chair. Very focused. Only 3 minutes.
Only 3 minutes. Only 3 chances. And right now...
And Olga wants to score very hard, I think. The determination is there. She's a fighter. And we are just about to start the next puzzle battle.
And we're off. And now we see the players, a back rank checkmate on the board. And wow, this is a close one.
Absolutely, they are fast.
15 seconds over, and we see that Dana has taken the lead here. And now it's Olga who's taken the lead on the puzzles. Wow. 10 puzzles each, no strike in. So
It's the right-hand side is Dana, right?
Right-hand side is Dana, women grandmaster, and international master Olga Alexandrova on the left with 12 puzzles. 13 now. She's 3 puzzles ahead.
She's taking the lead. She's very fast and determined.
She's very fast. 2 minutes mark reaching Judith, but it's still very close. Just a 2 puzzle lead.
Yeah, but she's keeping her distance and the lead.
This is true. Bishop g6, pick up the g7 pawn. She finds it.
Take the rook. Exchange the queens and grab the pawn.
And Dana took so much time on that last puzzle.
Yeah, but Olga is slowing down a bit, but still keeping her lead from the very beginning. Almost the very beginning.
Absolutely. And she can. Does she trade? Does she not trade? I think you just trade here and go into the king pawn ending. And she does it, but takes her time. And we see her blitzing out the moves.
Still, Olga is in the lead, but getting head to head.
This is too close, Judith. 19 to 18. Anything can happen here.
And only 1 second, you block out, and then it's over.
And Olga is for Team DragonChess, so it's really important that she wins and equalizes
They have
this
to
match.
score. They have to score. They have to
haven't.
score. Psychologically, it would be awful for them
Yes.
if they would lose this as well.
They're currently on 0, so they need to get up
they
on
have
the
to
scoreboard.
sign. They have to sign up on the scoreboard.
All right, queen c6 and mate on g2. You have to find it, and she does. Olga has gotten 1 strike in.
Olga did not make a single mistake so far. Incredibly focused.
Yes, Dana has got 1 strike in.
Yeah, but she's faster. She's getting faster. She knows that she has to be incredibly fast to catch up in score. And look at that. She's catching up. Olga is little slowed down, but still, we are just entering
Ooh, this is nerve-wracking.
under 30.
And she does it. It's 25-26, 1 strike
And Olga
each,
made a mistake.
and 20 seconds to go.
Oops, another mistake by Dana.
1 more strike, and Dana has to be careful. She needs to slow down. She has to just make sure she finds the right moves. Time doesn't matter anymore.
But Olga is fast.
Super fast, and now just 8 seconds. Dana.
She knows that she's so close. She's
Knight
so
F4
close
check.
to
Give
win.
it check.
And
Oh
Dana
my
is
gosh.
getting faster.
And Olga takes it.
Takes it.
Team Maglat scores a point, Judith. Such an important one.
DragonChess.
Team DragonChess, they get
Look
up on
at
the
that.
leaderboard.
Okay, so they are happy, and it's a very important thing. I mean, once you have to start collecting points, only after that you say, okay, so from here, there's still a lot to go to score a lot of points, but it was a very important point, actually, because if they would lose this and still keeping themselves on 0,
Yes.
that would be very frustrating.
So now this match is level. Team DragonChess against Team Maglat, while Miguel lost, Olga won and gets on the scoreboard. And we see
The lady saved.
The lady saved the day. And we've got our next puzzle battle, which is about to start. It's so difficult to call till the very end. Anything can happen in these matches. And we've got our next match, which is about to start. It will be Team Mighty Fox against Team Crazylandia. And this is a big one.
Well, again, David is there. Of course, he's extremely fast, extremely experienced. But in 3 minutes, you have to stay focused. And I'm pretty sure, even though Berkes is saying, okay, I'm not so good in this and I'm not playing on a computer, of course, it's another story when your sportive mind, your competitive mind is there. Doesn't matter. You will fight.
Oh, you fight. And look at
And
that.
look at that.
Fist bumps. And I have to say, while Ferenc, he's the one laughing and enjoying, David, you could see a lot of determination there on his face. He wants to win this. He is so competitive. And it's not going to be easy. I think these two players, definitely 2 big favorites in this tournament and making their team incredibly strong as well.
Definitely, they are very strong grandmasters. I was playing together with Ferenc in quite a few occasions. I was also captain when he was playing, and he's an interesting player. He's usually taking the option to exchange the queens if it's possible, because he's very positional. At the same time, sometimes nowadays he also goes to some complicated stuff, but he has the image who is very, very solid player.
Berkes Ferenc from Team Mighty Fox, ready to take on David Howell from Team Crazylandia. And it's a big one as these two are up on the leaderboard. It will be a big win for Ferenc if he's able to get this puzzle battle. It will come down, Judith, to those critical first 20 puzzles being solved without a strike and as quickly as possible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you make a mistake, but I think we didn't see a single mistake in the first 20-25.
David made one.
Was it first 25?
Yes, I think it was puzzle number 11 because it's so easy to get overconfident. You can have
because you want to go fast. Let's go. And then, I didn't give the mating one.
Exactly. But he did manage to catch up there. But in this one, against Berkes Ferenc, you do not have such a big margin for error. We see hands on mouse. The players are ready to go.
Well, let's see how they start. And Mighty Fox, they're leading, right?
Right now, they are on 2 points along with Team Maglat and Team Crazylandia on 1 point. So it is a big one. David needs to get that in and it's go time.
Okay.
David Howell just slightly
Well, he's fast. You see that the ticks are just going so fast.
Oh my God.
He's really very fast. He wants to take a lead like crazy.
But Judith, he's fast, but Berkes, it feels like he's really slow right now.
Yeah.
Like 8 puzzles in 30 seconds is a bit strange. He's got to pick up on the speed.
Wow. David is so much in the lead.
That's almost 10 puzzles ahead now. And Berkes,
keeping the distance. Oh, Berkes was spending so much seconds on King C2 Rook A4.
Just unbelievable. Yeah, this David Howell is running away with this one.
Well, there is such a huge advantage. Unless he starts making mistakes,
Yes.
he's like a huge lead ahead.
But you still need to keep the time in hand and he has to catch up on the distance. For Berkes, it's so important to reduce the margin right now.
And also it happens that you think, oh, it's easy already from here. It's like you have a winning position and you don't focus anymore. So he can still go wrong, but if he can still keep his focus, then there is not much chance for Berkes to catch up.
And David there, he's finding all the moves. Bishop B7 saves the day there. You can pick up the rook with F3 and David wastes no time. He's so quick on the mouse.
Yeah, and it's under a minute and a half. And still the difference is huge. It's huge. We've never seen this so far.
Yeah,
that more than 10 difference.
It's the first time today in the puzzle battle. And I'm surprised because I thought for Berkes, he's probably going to be really quick on the mouse as well, along with David. So this surprises me. 13 puzzles ahead right now, not a single strike. This is a David Howell show.
Yeah, he's like...
he's enjoying now.
It's like a killer.
Oh, and now under a minute.
No
Any
mistake.
chance?
One mistake now.
One
by
mistake.
David, but it's not much, right? Not much hope for Berkes.
40 seconds, 11 puzzles ahead, Judith.
Yeah, Berkes slowed down for this round.
Yes, surprisingly.
Yeah.
And this was a big one because you really... And look at David on the screen. He's really leaned forward. He's so into the screen right now. Wow. I don't think there's any more space between him and the computer, Judith.
He made another mistake. Watch out. Watch out. If he's making one more mistake, it might be in a danger.
But how do you catch up in 14 seconds? How do you catch up 10 puzzles, Judith?
Well, with miracle.
Berkes Ferenc definitely needs a miracle to take this one.
Well,
3
actually,
seconds.
if David stops, right?
It doesn't even matter if he
This
solves
was
the
a
next
very
one.
convincing victory for David. Very convincing, very clear. Because in the start already, after 20 puzzles or so, it was a very clear lead by David. And David, look at how happy he is.
He knows he's got the job done and he's gotten it done in good style. And now he's got his teammate, Alessia, steps in. It's going to be Alessia versus Zsóka, who will come in. And we see our arbiter there, Judith. Another Judith. Judith is the power name. And setting it up, getting ready. And look at that.
Let's see if the team Mighty Fox. Oh, yeah, that was our cat. And we made a picture. It was so funny that it was still a puppy, not puppy, or very small, 2 months old, and then we made for a magazine this picture.
I've seen the photo. It's inside the studio. It's a beautiful shot. The studio looks amazing. It's such a focus zone right now. And there we see Zsóka. She is ready to go. This is going to be a big fight. And for Zsóka, she needs to take the point to level what happened in the previous
Absolutely, but
round.
if you see the standings, it's very balanced. Look at that. I mean, they are in the tie, 2 points, and look, just about to start.
And Judith, it is go time right now, and Zsóka just slightly ahead on the puzzle, but very close.
Very, very close.
6-7. You can't even call, and the players are blitzing it out. It looks like they've got their warm-up in.
Oh yeah.
Queen H4.
Oh yeah.
Or you go Queen H4, take the rook, and it's checkmate.
10-10. Look at that. They really had to add. They have to be very fast.
Queen F7. She finds it. Oh, where's it? Rook H8, Queen E4. Alessia, she plays it.
Yeah, Zsóka is just a little bit ahead, but now they have the same puzzle.
Check, and mate.
That's how it goes. Rook
Check
E8,
and you attack the bishop.
Six, takes. No mistake for either player yet.
No strikes at all, and now reaching the 2-minute mark, 20-20. This is a close fight. Rook D8. She slowed down before deciding where to take with the queen or the rook. You don't want an early strike.
Yeah, taking a piece. 23-23, look at that.
Ooh, this is close, Judith, and Zsóka now just pulling slightly away with 3 puzzles. And you take the queen and you take the pawn, and it's a double attack for Alessia, and she finds it.
Yeah, but still Zsóka keeps a little lead.
But with a minute and a half, this lead, as long as it's not a pull away, anything can happen.
Exactly, and still quite some time. But they have perfect score.
Yes.
They're good.
Whoa, 31-32, a minute to go. Alessia really keeping up the pressure right now.
Wow.
This could be the closest battle we've seen.
Yes. And we go down under a minute now.
Oof.
But still, I feel that Zsóka is having the initiative.
Prediction. Judith, who's taking this one?
Wow, look at that.
35-35.
Oh, one mistake for Alessia. But still, I would bet on Zsóka.
And just because you're saying that, I will bet on Alessia in this one, Judith. We will see
but look at that, how sharp she is. She didn't make a single mistake so far.
And so quick.
Just said it. Shouldn't have.
Commentators curse. One strike, 37-38, 20-second mark.
Wow, what a battle.
Oh my gosh. We just have to sit back and see the players show their speed and their skill right now.
Second mistake by Alessia.
Oh, she has to speed up now.
So countdown starts.
Oh, it's 4 seconds, 3. Oh, she gets a third strike.
Wow. So, both of them made 3 strikes.
3 strikes, but Zsóka, she takes it because she's done 40 puzzles with 1 second left on the clock. But what a fight this was.
Yeah, there. Yeah, exactly.
And that means that Team Mighty Fox levels the score against Team Crazylandia. David Howell defeating Berkes, and now Zsóka gets the job done for Team Mighty Fox. Wow.
Yeah,
that's a 1-1.
Seems like, the girls are...
the girls save the day.
Equalizing, yeah.
And there we see, it is Zsóka and Berkes-led Team Mighty Fox who are in the lead currently. In second and third is Team Crazylandia with Team Maglat, and Olga and Miguel, they need to start scoring, Judith.
Yes, I think they have to go back behind the scenes and have a new strategy. Somehow they have to speed up.
Yeah.
They have to speed up. But on the other hand, we're going to have the next part of the day where they can score, and maybe that will fit for them, the tandem or the bullet chess. Maybe it will fit much more than this format.
But there are more puzzle battles coming up right now. The teams still have to fight. There are a lot of points to be earned, and of course they're fighting for glory as well as big prize money right now. And Judith, this is such an exciting format that you've devised with a mixed team playing against each other in these 3 different disciplines, starting with the puzzle battle. And I want to ask you, if you could pick a partner for a puzzle battle team like this, who would you pick from your from when you were playing actively, when you were in the top 10 in the world?
If I can pick anybody?
Anybody.
Ooh, Vishy.
Ooh, I like that answer.
I mean, I met Vishy when he was 18 or something. After the first Olympiad we won in '88.
Yeah.
He was, 18, 19 years old, Vishy? And I remember he was visiting Budapest, and he was so sharp. He was so sharp.
Wow.
And so fast as a bullet.
The lightning kid.
Yeah, I mean, you just no way you could follow him, and I was fast myself too.
Oh. Judith and Anand in a team, I would bet
Wow.
everything on that one.
Bullet chess, yeah.
Incredible. And right now it is David versus Miguel. They are fighting it out. And of course, David, I think he's won all his battles so far. And Miguel, he needs to start scoring for Team DragonChess. It's not going to be an easy one. They're ready to go. And it's going to be about speed, this one, really. Because David tends to pull away really quickly.
Yeah, actually the first 1 minute is kind of not decisive, but it can be. But
Yeah.
David is so fast. Look at that again.
I think the best chance when fighting against David in a puzzle battle is to keep as close as you can, even if you're down a few puzzles, because David can get those strikes in once he reaches 30 and above and is trying to play really
Yeah.
quickly.
Well, so far none of them made any mistake, but huge lead by David. Huge.
That's what I'm saying, right? He just
crazy.
pulls away so fast.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
look
it
at
seems
him.
like in the first minute he's like sharp like a blade.
And David's this fun guy, cracking jokes, but right now on the screen, that's a very different David I'm seeing.
Yeah, he's so sharp and focused.
Oof.
And it's not nice for Miguel to see on the screen that how much he's behind in points, even though obviously he's very fast, but not fast enough. Huge lead by David,
And that
and
just
he's keeping it.
It just adds to the pressure to see your opponent pull away.
Absolutely. Under 2 minutes.
Takes the rook, and the rook comes back and defends everything. And now knight check, David finds it instantly. 9 puzzle lead.
Well, it's very hard to catch up, I believe. I mean, against David, David is so fast and has such an experience.
Yeah, this
It's like a huge lead, almost nearly 10 difference.
that really does look like the fast and furious David on our screen. I've never seen him so focused. And so determined, and look at him concentrate. And Miguel as well. He is 10 puzzles behind. He gets a strike in as well.
Yeah, there is not much chance to recover from this situation, to be honest, but obviously they still have the fighting spirit. I also believe, I see that Miguel is slowing down, and well, d6 mate.
And David on puzzle 38, he does win the queen, and he can give a check first, distract the rook. He's finding all of it, and he's doing it really quickly.
But incredible by David, no single mistake, and he's already 41.
Yeah,
Look at that.
it's all green.
Yeah.
It's
I
all
mean,
green.
It's quite amazing, but it seems like he's challenging himself.
Yes! I was just
Right?
going to say, knowing David Howell, he wants to reach 50.
Yeah.
It's about him competing with himself right
Yes.
now.
Actually, it's a good way of doing it because he's the biggest competition to himself in this kind of form of chess here in this event today. I think 44. Look
Oof.
at that. Oh,
And
and time is up.
Time
Very
is up.
soon.
14 puzzles ahead, 1 strike for each. David Howell gets the job done one more time. And the big question is, will he reach 50 in this puzzle battle today or not? And David, quite pleased with himself. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yes, we've done it, Alessia. And Alessia is ready to play her battle against Olga Alexandrova. So important for Olga to take this one.
Oh, yeah. But you can see how determined she is. She's like making comfortable herself. And Alessia is a little nervous, don't you feel?
She wants to get the job done for her team. She doesn't want to level the score, and I think she's found her rhythm. Even though she lost the puzzle battle against Zsóka, but it was a close one, and she
Yes.
almost had it, Judith.
Yes, true, but the tension is growing, I must say.
Yes.
I must say the tension is growing because after this we have only 2 more games or puzzles, and so let's see how they're going to be doing.
And this is the first battle of the triathlon. We've also got Tandem Blitz and Bullet coming up after this. It's a big one. It's go time. Alessia takes a quick lead.
Yeah, she's extremely fast right now. Wow, almost as fast as David. Very fast, giving checkmates in 2.
Queen f2, queen g2. Why is Alessia not playing queen g2? She does it. Take the bishop, give a check on d4, take the knight.
Yeah, these are the things you
But
have
look
to
at that,
point
Olga
out.
is catching up, Judith.
Yeah, she's becoming fast. She sees it that she has to be very
Alessia
fast.
gets a first strike.
Wow. And actually, you see, she's making mistakes. She's fast, pretty fast, but making mistakes.
And this is Olga's big chance to try to get Alessia into this difficult puzzles, make a mistake while she doesn't lose out on the margin too much. And this is getting close.
Look, look, look. Olga is catching up.
Check, check, and mate, and she finds it. And now it's close. It's very close, 16-16. We've got a level match.
And it's frustrating to see it for Alessia that she had a huge advantage in the beginning, but now she slowed down.
She slowed down and she's the one with the first strike. She finds the mate.
But now she's faster again.
Queen f1.
Yeah.
Queen h5 and give a mate. But she has to go bishop f2 and now queen h5.
Yeah.
Rightly done.
Rook d1. And checkmate on g1. How slow
Alessia
she's doing it.
yes.
Queen g2. No, rook d1 and queen g1 mate.
And one strike each now for both the players, touching the 1 minute mark.
But still Alessia is in lead again.
Bishop b4. Queen e8, 97, queen f8. Ooh, and now she takes a 4 puzzle lead.
Yeah, they go under a minute very soon. Wow, what a pawn race there. Yeah, some puzzles are not so simple. You have to make 4, 5, 6 moves. And you think already that it's over. Let's go for the next one.
And
I want to score my point again and again and again and again.
And you're walking this tightrope, right? Because you want to rely on your intuition, but you can't get a strike in as well. So you have to slow down. But now again, it's getting close. 27-29 across each. 1 red mark on each of them.
Well, now it's under 30 seconds.
Give a check on h8,
shorty.
Judith, queen h1, and that has to be checkmate.
Yeah,
And
it
pick up
is.
g7.
Capturing everything.
Knight f3 and queen h2. Will she find it?
Olga made a second mistake.
Knight f3, Alessia, knight f3, queen h2, Judith.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh my gosh, she gets another strike.
Yes. 25. But she was not fast.
And 3 seconds.
And Alessia won. So this was a very important victory for Team Crazylandia.
Very important.
Very important.
2-0. They'll get 2 points with David winning a point and Alessia winning a point. And this was a nerve-wracking one. This could have gone either way, the last battle that we saw. And there we see Alessia's got the job done. We've got 2 more battles coming up.
And Team Crazylandia is leading for the moment. But we have a matchup between Mighty Fox and Maglat.
We do have the Mighty Fox with Berkes Ferenc and Zsóka Gaál coming up against Team Maglat. And we did hear a bit of applause outside. I think that was David applauding Alessia.
Well, this was a crucial game.
Yes, a crucial battle.
Battle, yes.
And as we can see that with that win, in fact, Judith, Team Crazylandia has leapfrogged the standings to take pole position.
Yes, exactly. I'm pretty sure that they're both smiling a lot. But of course, even if they would win this part of the event, then we are moving on. And it will be very interesting how the players are going to be showing their skills in the tandem chess, where they're alternating moves. But for now, they still have to be focusing on the puzzle battle.
And with this incredible fighting chess that we're going to see and the format that Judith has devised in this one, the most important thing for the teams is going to be to make sure that nobody runs away on the standings. And we can see it's a close, tight-knit pack there. 4 points for Crazylandia, 3 points for Mighty Fox, 2 points for Maglat and Team DragonChess. They need to start scoring. But Judith, as we go into the tandem blitz and bullet, anything can happen on the standings. But so far, Team Crazylandia have asserted their domination in the battle.
Exactly, but they don't have more games, more
Yes.
battles to play out, so they can stay there, but it means that Maglat has to win 2-0, but we'll see how it works out.
And for Mighty Fox, it's a very important one because if they win their match, they actually catch up with Crazylandia on the standings.
Exactly. They should win at least, making 1-1. Already it's a pretty good one. But of course they want to win. They are desperately want to take the lead in the event.
And this battle, I don't think there's a favorite, Judith. We've got Ferenc against Gellért, two Hungarian super strong players. It's Grandmaster Berkes against International Master, the 19-year-old Gellért. And we see Gellért has taken a lead.
Exactly. Look at that, how fast he is. He is taking the lead. Very clearly, very fast. From a very, very young age, he plays chess. He was solving these kind of puzzles, probably. I'm not exaggerating if I say 100,000 of them.
I would say you haven't just inspired players and generation from Hungary, Judith, but also their playing style. All of them love this attacking, aggressive chess.
Yeah, I also
wonder
know.
why.
Yeah. But you're playing attacking chess.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's, I have to say I'm inspired by you as well, but nowhere close, of course, Judith. The kind of masterpieces, it just feels like the tactics flow out of nowhere when you play, and they're just so
Well, you have a
crushing.
good tactical vision. I know when I'm commentating with you and I see you with Leiko and others.
I try. But right now I have no pressure because I've got you alongside me, Judith, and Gellért has taken the lead.
Very clear lead.
Yes.
And the pass pawns.
Knight e7, queen f5, and he finds it. Knight f3, queen h2.
Checkmate.
Checkmate.
Mate in 2.
Where's the mate in this one? He wins material and he wins the game.
Yeah.
But it's still just a 6 puzzle lead with 1 minute and no strikes. Berkes, its speed has been his problem.
Its speed is a problem, and they are actually, none of them are as fast as David. They are far from David's speed.
But David is doing this all the time.
Yeah,
You've commentated with David. You know, even right before he gets on a broadcast to do commentary, he's playing Bullet on chess.com or doing Puzzle Rush.
Yeah. He wants to sharper his mind before a commentary.
Ooh, setting up a mating trap, and he finds it,
That
and there's
was
a
a nice one.
Nice, and not an easy one.
Well, and Gellért is having a huge lead, and it will be very difficult to catch up for Ferenc. Very difficult because no strikes by... Oops, again. No, I should don't say it. Or if I want someone to make a mistake, just do it, right?
Judith, I think they have to come to you to ask for the strikes.
They don't know that their
don't know.
success is in my hand.
Judith, International Master Gellért is taking this one against Grandmaster Berkes Ferenc. He's on 41, 5 seconds to go. Team Maglat is going to take this.
Wow.
Which means that they will go on 3 points, and for Team Mighty Fox, that will be a loss that will hurt.
What?
And that's it. It's done. Gellért gets the job done.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
And it's time for the ladies now. We see Berkes. He knows that speed has been the issue in this one. And our last puzzle battle will be Zsóka Gaál for Team Mighty Fox taking on Dana, the dangerous Dana. And if Dana gets the job done, then we're going to see Team Maglat reach up to Team Crazylandia. So this is a big, big one for Dana.
Yeah, she's happy.
Oh, she's happy.
The teammate scored a point. Scored a point.
Oh, and she waits. She's ready. Dana's ready.
And look at that. She has a hairstyle that she's ready for.
Zsóka looks angry right now.
Zsóka is very concentrated.
Very concentrated.
And she knows that she has to score. She knows it that she has to score.
She has to level this match. She has to do damage control right now. She needs to keep up on the scoreboard. Two very different pre-game game face we saw over there. But now Dana also extremely focused. And Judith, it's go time.
Let's go. Let's see. Zsóka is starting fast, not so fast.
Okay, back rank checkmate. Back rank checkmate again.
Yeah, Zsóka is taking a lead. She's
Queen
fast.
G2.
She's fast until a certain point. She was fast previously as well. So she's taking a lead, clear lead.
Queen G2.
Yeah, Dana
Knight
is catching
F3,
up.
Queen g5, bishop h3, and win the rook.
Okay, just a little ahead for Zsóka.
Early back rank
Well,
checkmates.
when it's only 2-3 ahead, it's no big deal, right?
No big deal.
But when it's over, the difference is 8 or 10, that's already another story. And already 5 ahead.
Oof. Can you... Oh, and she finds it.
She's
and now
very
you go queen
fast.
d8.
Oops.
Knight e7, queen h6.
Queen h6.
19 to 12 and one strike.
Not a good sign. Not a good sign for Dana. Zsóka is focused and concentrated and determined, I believe, that she definitely wants to equalize the match and score the point. And she has already pretty big advantage. 6 is already kind of not so easy to catch up. Let's see, under 2 minutes already. Almost halfway.
Halfway through, and a big lead for Zsóka there. One strike for Dana. She needs to catch up. She's on puzzle 8.
Dana has to be faster.
She has to be faster, and she has to not get a strike in. Because then when you've got only one life left, Judith, the pressure is on. And then you start thinking, taking too much time.
Yes, absolutely. It slows you down completely.
Yes.
Oops, already the second. You see, we were talking about it.
Commentators' curse is a real thing.
Well, and now it's almost impossible to take back the lead for Dana.
Queen f6.
Because it's 10 difference, 10 points.
Rook. Oh, yeah, you want to go rook d7 and I think just win the bishop. Oh, queen d7 was checkmate and she finds it.
Well, the 10 difference lead is huge. But
Take
Zsóka
on
was so
h6.
determined.
Dana, take on h6.
Take.
Take.
But she has to be much faster for the last half a minute. She has to be much faster, just go for it. But she has a big risk because she has only one life left.
And she uses it, Judith, just as you said
Zsóka does not have to do anything.
It's one of those moments where you compete against yourself now.
But she goes on, I mean, it's nice. I like it that she moves on and she makes it and she gets as far as possible without mistake, I hope.
Is she going to touch 40? 6 seconds? Oh, it's not going to be easy.
Go.
Oh, she gets a first strike in, but she's already got the job done.
Queen g5, queen f5.
Queen f5. Oh, time's up.
Yeah, but she got the point.
Wow, Gaál Zsóka with a win there, and we see the players with a smile and high-fiving, and Dana, a big fight, but in the end, Zsóka wins for Team Mighty Fox, so leveling the score. And Judith, that was our last puzzle battle.
Yeah, and it was interesting. You see that when they don't have a good start, then it's very difficult to catch up.
And let's take a look at who has had a good start. Going into our tandem blitz, it's going to be Team Crazylandia and Team Mighty Fox with 4 points. At least two teams on paper with, I think, the strongest, most active players currently, but also Dana along with Gellért on 3 points, a team that you cannot sleep on, 2 dangerous players. But Team DragonChess, Judith, struggling so far.
Yeah, they're struggling quite a bit. They're kind of rusty, I must say. And Miguel was not fast enough in this format of the puzzle battle, so they have to be recovering. Don't think about that, what has happened just now, and focus on the next segment.
And the next segment is going to be a tandem chess, a blitz tandem chess. It's going to be completely different from the puzzle battle. As Judith is saying, it's all about forgetting what has happened because another fight does happen. That will be our second segment. The action continues here in the Global Chess Festival Triathlon. And of course, the action also continues on chess.com as you have to join us on Monday, October 16th, as we will resume the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship and head into the semi-finals, the first matchup between our Final Four. It's going to be Greg Shahade taking on Levy Rosman. You don't want to miss that one. You can use the command IAMSCC in chat for all the info. And with that, we will be back with more of this incredible event right after this break. Do not go anywhere. Tandem Chess is coming up.
Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're an attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judith, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games.
Welcome back everyone to the Global Chess Festival Triathlon. We are live from the beautiful city of Budapest, which is hosting Judith Polgar's Global Chess Festival, and the action continues in the studio as the teams are battling it out in 3 different divisions. And what a start we've had, Judith.
We had a lot of fun ourselves. I hope our audience could also follow, not only follow, but learning from that, and they test themselves also. I'm faster than David. Though I don't think too many people were faster than David.
A whole of 0 people were faster than David in that one, but it is score because let's take a look at it is close. Let's take a look at our standings, Judith. And even though David did win all his battles, the teams are closely contested. Going into the Tandem Blitz, this is the standings of the triathlon. Team Crazylandia joint lead with Team Mighty Fox, and right behind them, hot on heels, is Team Maglat with 3 points. Team DragonChess needs to get going on the scoreboard. And the fun continues as we will have the action in just a few moments. The Global Chess Festival started in 2007. It is 2023, and what a fantastic edition it's been, with over 4,000 people in the National Gallery for the festival. And right now, just across from here, Judith, the Grandmasters are battling it out. And I think we have to show our audience where all the magic happens. Take a look.
Hi, this is the ninth Global Chess Festival, and we have plenty of things at the Hungarian National Gallery. And I want to show you what is all about the festival. Let's go. So as you see, we have all around kids and parents. It's a family day. I want to show you what we have over there on the big chess rug. It's right here. Look at the kids are not using the chessboard with the pieces, but you can see that they are going to be making chess PE. So there are physical things going on the chessboard. This is what we have all day around. So this area is the hand and craft. They are doing all kind of coloring from my new book, which is this one. Let's go on. So we have endless number of little visitors here. So let them enjoy. See you later. So this is one of the fun activities that they can play and program robots. So the robot also wants to play chess, changed his mind. This is also one of the activities where we have a program where chess is shown how it can be integrated into different subjects and curriculums. Let's see what's going on from here. So you see the beautiful Simo and a lot of activities around. We have a fun activity game. It's based on QR codes, so they have to go around the building in the National Gallery, and they can only submit their answers if they reach the QR code just behind there. So activities, you have to finish all this quiz by going on all the different floors of the gallery. This is where we are. This is the Chess Challenge tournament. 100 people are playing, from the very young ones, the very old ones. And we even have a special prize for girls, ladies, the youngest and the oldest participant, and the first 6.
Judith, that was amazing to watch. So much action and so many chess activities and so many kids. What would you say are the biggest benefits of kids playing chess?
Well, I think simply they gain skills. They learn those things which they have to have in these days. Because let's face it, the kids, like 4, 5, 6-year-old kids, you have to have skills that they can use later. But later they will have jobs which it doesn't exist yet. So this is why I think chess is great, because you learn so much of logical thinking, decision making, and being resilient is so important. So I do believe that chess is going to be striking in chess in education everywhere in the next few years, growing.
Absolutely, and with the incredible work that Judith is doing, it is going to be in fast-forward mode. And speaking of the skills that chess develops, Judith, we've got Tandem Chess coming up. What's going to be the big skill here?
Well, here I think it's very interesting. How can you complete your partner's idea? Because it means that they are going to be alternating moves. So one is playing a move, the other one should understand the idea behind it. And of course, sometimes when the players know each other very well, like a student and teacher or husband and wife, and they played a lot, they more or less, maybe they understand better each other. But of course, in the beginning of the game, in the opening part of the game, it is very clear that if it's a Sicilian, they know more or less how the first 10 moves is going to be. But when it becomes in the middle game, it depends very much what kind of style you have. If you're positional and the other one is tactician, most likely you're like sitting in a boat and rowing to different directions.
Absolutely, and you're saying, the synergy is so important between partners because teams will play alternative moves in this one. No draw offers, 5 minutes with a 3-second increment, and it's David and Alessia, this team Crazylandia, that actually perhaps has the biggest challenge with that. This is the first time that David and Alessia have actually ever met or interacted.
And look how tense they are.
But I can reveal that yesterday at the jazz dinner party, they were discussing team strategy. They were discussing openings and deciding which path to take, trying to make the most of the time they have. Oh my gosh, the tension, I can feel it.
But you know, this is also something interesting that, of course, chess players understand that they have to make their preparation and they have to adjust themselves to different challenges. And now they understand that they play for the first time, so they better understand each other and not waste time to figure out, right? So if they have at least the opening preparation, of course, they need different preparation than normally if you play alone.
Wow, and they're facing the team of Miguel and Olga. These two obviously know each other incredibly well. And Judith, it's go time. It starts with the Queen's Gambit decline structure. David's team is playing with the black pieces. Miguel is playing with the white pieces. What do you make of this opening?
I never played it from white side, as I was always an e4 player, but I'm expecting that it's going to be slow. Miguel was always a very strategic player. He knows very stable positions. That's what he was famous for. And
And Judith, Alessia, she's slowing down on this decision. She slows down here. She needs to decide whether you want to trade or you want to fall back with the bishop on e7. But you really can't afford to spend too much time with this decision.
And she decided to capture on d2. And it's true indeed that you have to choose the moments when you can afford thinking. And even in a normal classical game, you have maybe 3 moments where you have to make such a decisions that it really drives the game into different areas, right? Not talking about this part when it's only 5 minutes and 3 seconds per move, you can't really afford to think too much. And we should not forget that it can go down in time as well.
Because the critical decisions will arise and they'll arise later, and you want to have those extra minutes on the clock. Right now, Miguel's team already has an over a minute advantage, and that's quite a bit. Alessia, once again, being the one who slows down for Team Crazylandia here. And Judith, you were talking about classical. After the puzzle battle that we just witnessed, this feels like a classical.
Absolutely. But I can also say that we did it on purpose, that we have the puzzle battle first, because this is how I believe that training is also useful, to have the pattern recognition, to sharpen your brain, to get into the mood, and then you can play the little bit longer game.
And I'm getting a little worried for Team Crazylandia here, because while Miguel and Olga have kept the time advantage, it also feels like they have a better position here, Judith.
I like it from white side because it seems like white has a great development. Black is still with the bishop and c8 is very much behind in development. Great center for white, so only one piece has to come to d1, the rook. And obviously, I would take white, but this is not big news.
I think all of us would right now. And I also
course.
like how quickly they decided where to retreat the bishops, saving up on a critical time over here. And right now, it is Team Crazylandia who is under pressure. Do they start expanding on the queen side, trying to look for counterplay? First, a development move here. And Rook D1, as you predicted, Judith, getting all the pieces into the party has been played. Black also lines up against White's queen, so there could be potential pressure on D4 and ideas of a knight jump.
Well, now Black is developing as well, so now the question is whether can White keep the queen on D2 or moving away to C2, for example. Even I might consider to go Queen G5 to be a little bit more active. and put pressure on the pawn on e5, but definitely, for example, capturing the pawn on e5, I would not be suggesting at all. So the tension has to be
I love
kept.
queen g5.
You love queen g5.
I love queen g5. That is such a Judith move. To just get the queen into the attack, you're putting pressure on the e5 pawn. The knight can jump into an attack as well, but he goes for the other choice. He goes for the other choice.
Yeah, because it's interesting, you know, in these kind of positions, it's very important the tension we have in the center between the d4 and the e5 pawn. It's like whoever gives up the tension improves the other position. So if white captures on e5, knight e5, black comes ahead and becomes very active. While if black captures on d4, then the white knight captures back on d4, and then knight on f5, there is a great outpost for white. So there are situations, and I think this is something to learn from, that when the tension is there in the center, it will be decided who has to give up the tension there.
And it feels like the teams are playing a who will blink first game. A6, h3.
Yeah, it's like tension, looking at each other like, okay, do you have better nerves or I have?
Quiet moves, but a huge advantage on the clock here, Judith, for Miguel and Olga. Team DragonChess, and it would be a big win if they're able to score this one.
Well, I think it's about time for them to catch up and just win this game.
But with this last break and freeing up this light squared bishop, it feels as if black has managed to solve quite a few of the opening problems.
Yes, because white could not keep the tension because c4 would have come from black side, and now what a beautiful knight on c5. So it's very clear that in the last few moves, white got, well, worse than it was before, let's say. But knight d5 was kind of a must, I believe. But white's advantage is gone, I believe.
But not on the clock. A minute and a half lead. And looking at the players right now, Judith, what can you read from their body language currently?
I don't know. What I'm very surprised at, that David's hand is not on the mouse. Yeah. You know? It's like, you know, I have plenty of time. I can think. And this is what shows on the clock as well, like relaxing. Of course, he's thinking about the position, what to make, etc. But for me, it was so obvious that you have your hand on the mouse, so not wasting even a second if possible.
And I think Alessia was the one who was taking that time, and David knows that when it's his turn, he needs to play as quickly as possible. He has to make sure that Alessia has enough time to take his decisions. But it's time for the players to speed up. Team Crazylandia behind on the clock, but a big threat on the board right now.
Well, knight capturing e4, of course. It's the discovered move after that. So white has to decide where to go with the queen. Queen b1 is not something very active, so it's like you don't want to go there, right? You don't want to go to d2 because rook d8. So queen e2 is the most logical move to be made. Not many seconds were spent on that. Maybe b4 at some point, but for the moment it's dangerous because knight a4 and the c3 square would be incredibly huge weakness. But you can see on their face that they are kind of worried a bit, very much concentrated. But
and again, David, he's and
worried.
David and Miguel both don't have their hand on the mouse, while the ladies do. So really interesting to see how they're approaching the game right now. And this is the first big thing for Team DragonChess. I still really like your idea of getting this queen to g5, and I feel in speed chess.
Actually, the queen on e3 just stands excellently in these kind of positions because it goes on those on both ends, like looking a little bit the c5 knight. Well, h6 was played, so knight g5, queen g5 will not happen in this game anymore.
Taking away a key square, also creating a luft for the king.
Yes, of course, the queen is located on e3 by now. That's where it's placed. So for now, again, there is like this d5 bishop is bothering black, but it's not doing too much. But knight d5, for example, would not be a good move because the e5 would be opening up, and also white would have a passed pawn. So rook d7, rook d8 with black is very logical, trying to kick away the bishop from d5 because both of the knights are attacking the pawn on e4, but for the moment the bishop from d5 defends that.
Yeah, and it's a big threat because then you do start attacking that bishop, threatening to win
But
material.
hold on, now isn't rook c1 something very strong?
Ooh, using a pin, and the rook on c8 can't move because the knight on c5 will be lost. I like that move. Rook
Yeah,
c1.
but rook from d7, they could play rook c7, and then probably everything is just fine. But at least for the moment, for white on the d5 square bishop, it could be okay.
It takes away the pressure from d5.
Exactly, but I don't see big problems for black.
I like
right
rook
now.
c1. And Judith, would you also consider another plan of trying to double up on the d line?
It's possible, but look at the time.
Finds it.
White is, yeah, rook c1. But in time, they're balanced out
Yeah.
now.
A minute
there was
and a half.
There was 2 minutes ahead at
Yes.
some point for Miguel and Olga. But, of course, it's going to be difficult.
And that was a big
For
lead.
both.
And that's gone right now. And like you predicted, Judith calling out the moves here. The rooks have been doubled up and white wants to return the favor by getting the other rook on the c line as well.
Now it's a question whether black wants to go knight a4. I just wanted to say to force white to exchange on c7. And the knight on a4 actually puts quite a lot of pressure on b2. So after exchange, white will have to decide whether, for example, queen b3 after exchange, queen c7. Rook c7, queen c7, it's both the same. But queen c7 is nice because black is controlling the c file, which is not so important yet, but it could be. b3, look at that. But how is this move? Can't knight c3 be played?
Wow.
I think b3 is a mistake. You cannot give away the c3 square.
Knight c3 is screaming to be played right
Ooh.
now.
And look at that, d5 bishop is trapped. And rook c1 is not possible to knight e2.
Ooh. Tactics queen. The puzzle rush. Judith, you would have won that puzzle battle. Knight e2 is coming in, so you can't really pin the knight.
Well, so far knight d5 is not a big threat because the e5 pawn is always under attack. So I wouldn't be surprised if b4 is the next move. Or you know what, maybe king h1.
Ooh, and you just want to go rook c1 if you get the time to do it because you've stepped out
But
of the check.
b4 is on the board.
Very nice and very logical. I think it's a very human approach to go for this move so that then eventually you can also think about coming back with the bishop at the right time.
But not anymore after
Not
knight
anymore.
d5.
And is it time to go forward with the knight to d4 and try and get it to f5 and c6? Two
And
juicy squares.
both players are under a minute.
And Judith, this position, do you like it for white or do you like it for black? Our evaluation bar says it's level.
Well, it should be draw, but I'm not sure it will be a draw because if you exchange the pawns in the center, the big question is which knight will be on the outpost. If white knight reaches the c5 square first and not the black the c4, then in the endgame, for example, it could favor white. Queen on d4, excellent.
Yes, centralize your queen.
Excellent.
That's when it's the most powerful piece. The
So
center
black
of
will
the board.
centralize their queen on e5. What a beautiful artistic setup after queen e5.
And then there'll be a big question for Team DragonChess to trade or not to trade.
I think probably they will just exchange and try to push their pawn to d6 because otherwise the d5 pawn is captured. So capture, capture, d6, it's going to be exchanged. And
It's on the board, Judith. That was a move played by David Howell. So you're on point there, queen e5. And now will Olga trade or move? She goes for the trade.
well, she had to. The only problem is that she had to do it much faster than this because it was so obvious that there was no other move, no time to waste. So knight b3, knight c5, she has to go and try to attack from c5 both the e4 and the a6 pawn. So knight b3 is on the board.
Very nicely called out there. And now the players are on a 20-second mark and it has a 3-second increment, but those seconds just vanish. And we see the knight has arrived. Do you have time to take on e4? Because black does have a pin with rook e6, I thought.
Well, maybe rook e6 is very strong. But also, what about taking on
It's Alessia's move. What will she decide? And she does go for knight e4.
And maybe rook d3 and then rook e3. Well, who knows what that endgame is.
Yeah, good luck calculating a king pawn ending in 15 seconds.
Oh, that's something great to handle.
Rook
Check
d3.
first. Do you think they will offer a draw?
You're not allowed to offer a draw until 30 moves. I think they have crossed. Yes, they're on move
they
number
just-
40. No, Judith, I think they're going to play this out. They're going to play this out.
Well,
Oh my gosh, it's Judith the Prophet. Judith Prophet Polgar is what is happening here.
I think one of them offered a draw, and you cannot refuse this. I mean, they have huge respect for each other. You don't want to win on time in such a position. And both are happy.
Both are happy because what a fight this was. And both players get half a point. Judith, this is the first draw. The first game of the Blitz Tandem ends in a peaceful result there.
Actually, it's 1-1, I think. That's the system what we have, because I think here we have 2 points for the winner, right?
We will get a confirmation on that.
Yes.
And this one does end peacefully for both players. And you're right, Judith, it is 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. And that means that Team DragonChess goes on to 2 points, while Team Crazylandia will move on to 5 points in the battle so far. And of course, we will have the next tandem. How was that game, Judith? What did you think about it? Because it ended peacefully, but there were a lot of fighting chess there.
Well, it was very clear that Miguel, I think, he was happy to finally, okay, we have time, so we can go slow, very stable, and everything is okay. They took a great lead in time. That was huge. But in the position, it was not such a big thing. I think maybe at some point it could be better or worse, but after Black played c5 and they had the knight on c5, David and Alessia, they were just okay, so it was a very balanced game. And so it was no big outstanding mistake or anything like that. So it was very symmetrical in pawns.
What was very impressive was to see Team DragonChess have such a big lead on the clock early on.
Yeah.
I would think David and Alessia's team would be the fast one in Tandem Chess. One is a very strong chess player, grandmaster, and Alessia, a streamer who plays so much blitz. So perhaps this battle of Tandem Chess will be closer than what we expected. On paper, I was thinking that David and Alessia would be a big favorite.
I also believe that they are a big favorite, but it seems that it does not show yet whether they are really so much stronger. But we shouldn't forget that the time control is something that, of course, the shorter time control we go, the more the advantage or the stronger player or the level is disappearing, who is the stronger player, I believe.
Absolutely, and this one as well is going to be hard to call who is the stronger team, as Team Mighty Fox takes on Team Maglat. And Judith, how do you think this will play out?
And of course, this is a very different mindset, requires different mindset, this kind of tandem game, because really you have to follow so much what my partner has in mind, how to follow the plan, unless there is a very big mistake done.
Yeah, to have that synergy, that understanding to continue with the flow of play. But Berkes and Zsóka, they've worked together. They've trained together, Judith.
Yeah, so they know each other's thought quite well, and this is kind of an advantage. But we'll see how much they can show this. Though Olga and Miguel, I think they played very much in harmony.
They absolutely did. And the other big question will be the harmony between Dana and Gellért. Are they able to find that? They have been quite a surprise package. They've scored 3 points already, so they're really high up on the leaderboard. It's a big, big match for them as well, Judith, to try to get to that pole position right now. Berkes, she looks very relaxed. Dana looks incredibly focused. The boys are smiling. The girls are ready to go with the business.
And they are just about to start. Berkes is
flexing a little bit over there.
Yeah, but look at Zsóka. She's extremely focused, concentrated.
Yesterday at the jazz chess dinner, we were all enjoying the games on the giant chessboard. We were all playing, having such a great time. But Zsóka, she even there was so competitive, trying to get the win in, so focused, calculating the lines. While we were all dancing and playing the moves, Zsóka Gaál wanted to win.
But you know, it happens, I think, when you're very young and you take it so seriously, you think it's all about competition, all about winning, right? It's only later that it comes, you understand that you can spend some time more on just enjoying it. But she's really focused.
She's so focused right now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
She wants to win so much.
Team Mighty Fox currently on 4 points, and Berkes, she's also giving the side eye. He's also surprised, I think, at how focused and determined his teammate is right now. What do you think is going on in Berkes's mind?
Okay, so he's trying to loosen up. Zsóka, that don't be so serious. It's okay, we're going to play a game.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that's exactly what happened, that Berkes wants her to relax just a little bit. Zsóka, we got this.
It's not the end of the world if you don't.
Oh, that's the first time I've seen Zsóka smile today.
Coach and student.
Yes. Oof. And in just a few seconds, we will have the first moves. Berkes and Gaál, they start with the white pieces, while Olga and Gellért will play with the black pieces. And these are always like the slight tensed moments right before the start of the match.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But I have to say that Berkes looks anything but tensed right now.
Yeah, but it's interesting because some people are acting that, okay, I don't care, I'm relaxed, right? But maybe inside it's not exactly. But after all, I was talking to the players and I told them that basically it's fun, it's a show, and let's enjoy it. There will be a winner, there will be a loser, right? I mean, that's how it is in tournaments. Oh, this is going to be very, very solid again.
Very solid to start with, and ladies first. So it was Gaál Zsóka's decision to go with the queen's pawn opening.
She plays the Catalan quite a bit, so it's not a surprising opening. There was no special preparation to play something unexpected, but we can see that it's a slow building up, right?
It's a slow building up, but these positions tend to explode at a certain moment when we see tension in the center.
Exactly. So far, it's quite symmetrical. On the queen side, definitely is. Knight on e5 always stands very well. So who takes the center, I can't say that it's automatically has a better position, but definitely to play active, it never hurts.
It doesn't, and the knight on e5 needs to be countered, and black does it immediately, falling back with the knight, offering a trade. And also in some positions, you can try and kick out the knight with f6 at the right moment.
Yes, but pawns don't go back. Yes. We shouldn't forget. So after f6, you have a very, very big weakness on e6. Maybe white would just go back with the knight to d3 and go knight f4, putting pressure on e6. So with f6, you have to be extremely careful when you do that and decide to play that move, especially when you have your other knight on b8 not developed yet. So it's kind of tricky.
And you always have to really take a decision. Do you want to trade on e5? You invite white to double the pawns, but very often these double pawns can become a strength in the middle game, taking a lot of space and a lot of key defending squares, which can end in a kingside attack for black. So a difficult decision. I wonder if they are going to go in for this trade in the center right now, Judith.
I don't think they are going to capture on e5. I would think that maybe c5 or c6 is also possible, by the way, to have a very strong, stubborn position. But okay, c6, of course, I would not necessarily want. I mean, white is provoking f6, so knight e5 is on the board.
Takes a decision, goes for knight takes knight, and the pawn does come in the center. Notice how the bishop on b7 is pinned, so black doesn't have an option to take on c4, and to intercept that pin, your move c6 on the board.
Of course, after c6, you can think that the bishop on b7 is kind of blocked by its pawn c6 and d5. But the important thing is that in the next move, black can develop the knight to d7, so the d5 pawn is protected completely well. At the same time, once if, let's say, white could be playing e4 and exchange the d5 pawn, then it would be very nice for white. But of course, the bishop in g2 stands very well, but the d5 pawn is very strong. I don't like d takes c4, to be honest, because knight e4, knight d6 will be on the board shortly.
Oh,
so, and also the pin now, the bishop on g2 is much stronger than the b7 bishop because it's in a pin on the pawn on c6.
What black really wants to do is push this pawn to c5, but it's impossible to do that with this bishop on b7.
Well, for quite some time it will be not possible.
Yes.
So now the big question is, which actually not a question anymore, to exchange the queens or not, but I love the knight on e4 from white side. Though, I don't know.
I think we can ignore this question mark because it's the most natural move in the position.
Question mark, I like it. What is this question mark? I never liked engines telling me that it's a bad move. Probably there was something better.
And I think that's the reason, that perhaps the engine thinks that there was something better, because knight d4, white still keeps the advantage. It's still a good move. And I think the most human move in the position, Judith, knight comes to d6, and now black, if you were to take on d6, not only do you give white a very strong passed pawn, but you open up a mighty bishop on b2.
But the question is whether d6 knight can stay there, or has to be exchanging the bishop on b7, which is not necessarily so good for white, because obviously if you can keep the knight on d6, playing queen d2, rook d1, it would be a much stronger setup than just to capture on b7. Why did they capture on b7? Did they have to do that?
And I think he's afraid of the rook coming to d8 and the pin along the d line, and decided to take a decision instantly.
Okay, f4 at some point.
f4,
But I'm not sure Ferenc will like that, but I like that.
f4, you probably don't want to stop there. You also want to go f5, and if allowed, you want to get f6 in as well.
Yes, of course, if I can do that. But look at the c5 knight is extremely stable and very nice. That's the key piece in this position, because it covers the a4 square and the e4 square, so the queen cannot go there, getting into attack. They're playing very solid, exchanging rooks. Now rook d8 will be there. So I can't say that white has anything. Bishop pair is not really much in this position, because look at the b2 bishop eating its pawn on e5, blocks it. And the d6 square, which is a great outpost for a knight or a bishop, even sometimes sacrificing an exchange playing rook d6 would be there. But right now, black is defending those squares so well with the bishop and queen that I would be happy with black.
Yeah, what you really want to do is pick up the pawn and just throw it out of the board, even if it means you're down a pawn, but that's not legal.
I wouldn't throw it. When I was young, I would throw that, you know?
just want it maybe on this square, then you're happy.
Yeah, but that's another game,
That's
right?
another game. It's not happening this one. And instead of f4, another idea of trying to create weaknesses, which I like black's response to stopping the h-pawn from any further movement or getting to h6.
Well, after e3, probably white's idea is to bring the queen to e2 and potentially to f3, attacking the pawn on c6. Rook d4 now. I would go rook d4.
Oh,
No question about it. Rook d4, such a beautiful square.
and that's a great concept, because you want to trade on your terms, Judith. What you want is for black to actually take the rook so that you can undouble the e-pawn and also hit this knight on
But
c6.
that's kind of a dream what you visualized right now.
But it's a beautiful move. And also let's point out a quick tactic that after rook d4, black can't really take the pawn on e5, because white jumps in with a check and actually ends up
This is
winning
like
the queen.
a puzzle which they were warming up with. Rook d4, it's a move you play instantly.
Maybe for
I
Judith
would.
Olga.
I would. I'm not sure it's the best move, but to take on d8. Why?
That's very cagey, no? To trade off the rook so quickly, because it feels like you've traded on your opponent's terms rather than your own.
And without rooks, I mean, the more pieces are exchanged, I don't see that how much chance white has, but it's typical Ferenc, you know. Now h5, f4, king f2, g4, slowly, take years with maneuvering.
Well, there is no prize for winning quickly. So if they can get the job done in 30 moves, that's still fine.
Oh, it's
But-
not about 30 moves, it's about 60 moves, I guess.
And now both players under 2.5 minutes, Judith, and the knight steps back. Black has the better pawn structure.
Finally,
White has got
f4
the two
is there.
F4 is there. You can get the queen start lining up, and I think at some point black wants to push the c pawn to c5.
Bishop on c5, this is a big question, for example, how good it is to replace the knight to bishop there, right? Because there's no threat. Black is not going to capture on d4.
And is white threatening to set up a battery along the diagonal with a maneuver?
But I don't understand why they didn't play queen f3 immediately.
Yeah, it was so tempting, and to quickly show that idea that instead of the move bishop to e4, white could have lined up the pressure
Isn't
on
that
the
a
c6
pawn hanging?
I think you'd have to take and maybe go c5, and it just looks very strange because you allow all kinds of check on the 8th rank.
And d5, what a passed pawn, please.
This is looking very scary. So queen f3 would have been probably forcing black to fall back with the knight to defend. Not a happy move to
You
make
know,
at
it's
all.
typical. You play queen f3 if you force black to go knight b8 in such a position.
But instead,
bishop
we had
e4.
bishop to e4, Judith, which was an inaccuracy. So I think your move was in fact the correct one, and black steps up with the king with few pieces remaining. The king is coming to the center of the board, anticipating any endgame. And the point is that black can never really take on d4, because after the pawn takes on d4, then we're talking about an advantage for white already.
Well, this is a very nice position, and you're completely right that if black captures on d4, white is definitely has a huge, well, I think also a huge advantage, not only nice position, but it's so typical Ferenc, you know. Just slowly, strategically, having the bishop pair go queen g4, pushing back the king to f8, then queen f3, eventually position your king on a better square g2, then you play g4, maybe possibly at one moment g5, you see, going back and forth.
Well, he has set up the battery, but in a different way, with
Yeah.
the bishop in front, and now black has to decide again, how do you want to defend the c6 pawn? If you fall back with the knight, you're actually inviting white to potentially even take on c5 to destroy the pawn structure.
Well, you see, black is forced to take on d4 and probably playing c5, but it looks awful for black.
I love your idea of d5, right? c5,
Awful.
d5.
Look at that, it's on the board.
Oh my
Huge
gosh.
advantage for white. Very difficult moment, and white has double the time compared to Dana and Gellért. And that pass pawn, oh my God, this pawn structure, if you see only that very much focused, it's like a Banco gambit, but it's something very different.
Very different, but it's desperation right now for black. You have to look
It's
for counterplay.
desperation.
And the dream is to try to distract black with a passer that, try to distract white, with a passer that black would get if white does go for the pawn takes pawn capture. And they do capture, but a different pawn on e6, creating another weakness on the board.
Well, it's a pawn up, let's face it. c4 is not going to be as strong because bishop c6 is there, blocking the support for the pawn on c4 by the queen. And there is no way black can save this position, I must say. It's down on time, down on the material, and this did not work out for them. Though they had a pretty balanced game at some point.
They did, but the idea that Zsóka and Berkes had with the slow play, it worked really, really well, keeping
Exactly.
the tension on the board. And now we see your move bishop c6 has been played, disconnecting the queen to the c4 pawn, which can now come under fire. And black always has to watch out for an f5, a rightly timed f5 with attack on black's king.
Basically, there is only one chance for black, the team Maglat. And it is that white is getting confused, cannot make a decision how to win this game. You think, okay, everything is winning. We played it so many times as professionals, right? That, everything is winning, this is winning, that is winning. And I don't spend time, and then you make a mistake, you feel frustrated, and you're not so winning anymore. But I have the feeling there is not much chance for black to save the game, because Ferenc is very stable, and also Zsóka, these kind of positions, they are winning.
The problem of a choice, the problem of pleasant choices, but right now they're keeping up on the speed. Team Mighty Fox on their way to get the victory, but they still need to get the job done. One thing I wouldn't want to do is trade on d5, even though the knight looks really nice, but you don't want to connect the black passers, Judith.
That's true, but black's knight d5, I think, was a really great chance, creating a chance for black, because queen b6 wants to look for counter chance, queen d4, and then suddenly the c4 pawn finally can be very strong. So actually, I didn't like king f2 so much, I must say.
It's
queen
coming.
b6, look at that, suddenly activity by black.
Queen d4, queen g1, and a lot of checks are threatened, and we know that the queen and knight, the combination of queen and knight can be very tricky on the king.
But the question is, maybe f5 is winning on the spot. Tactics.
Tactics, 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 and it all relies on if you take the pawn, then bishop takes knight, and it's on the board. Judith, I mean, I love having you here, but I feel like you should be in there playing.
Because now takes on e6 and queen d6 is the killer, so.
Takes, and
White
you give a
is-
check, and you win the knight. So the king has to
But
fall
they're
back.
fighters. Maglat team is a fighter, no question about it. And still they want to give checks. But let's see what white should be doing here. What about queen f3, for example?
Do you want to allow
Or-
knight c3 checks? I would be so scared of allowing black
King
even a
f1,
single
you can
check.
go
You
back
don't
and
care.
sneak out on the king's side.
Oof.
No, bishop d5,
I think that's a human approach. You want to get rid of the
queen
knight.
e3 and e7. And somehow you're going to be hiding with the king.
Your king will march over to the queen side And all you need to do is find a good square, which shouldn't be too hard in this position because white's queen is not only defending the e-pawn but also the king really nicely. I am expecting a lot of checks and king d2. You start coming towards the queen's side.
Well, queen e8 because there was huge dangers, but now the question is queen e6 and then queen d6 or king c3 simply and playing for a zugzwang position. Oh,
this is
so
Berkes.
typical.
This is like
Riding,
yes, just enjoying the position now. You defend the b5 pawn, not giving black any counterplay at all, and queen d6, queen d8 is a killer idea.
It's a very important way, actually, what kind of technique you have in a winning position. And this I give extra point for those who just play not necessarily the very best move, but the move which gives the less possibility for counter chances for the opponent.
Now they're just going to try and queen the b pawn, trying to deflect the queen. This is such a great plan. And you can see the synergy between the two. They totally understand this plan that they want to go for. And we see some pawn trades, but black is just too slow, Judith, in this one.
Black is very slow, though black can still give a lot of checks eventually. So queen f5, Viking.
Queen f8? Go queen f8 and finish the game.
That's the idea. Exactly. And white is queening, and it's going to be over just within seconds because black will not play further, I believe. And the game won by Zsóka and Ferenc. And they are happy, relieved, and they did the job.
They did do the job. Team Mighty Fox takes down Team Maglat, and in a convincing fight, Judith. Out of the opening, it felt like Team Maglat would be fine. And look at that, they are analyzing right now.
Yeah, they see, well, where did we go wrong? What was the moment? But the arbiter and the helper, Judith, she goes there that we'll start the next round. This was the second match, and now we have the new matchup.
And the reason they're not moving is because they are playing the next matchup as well. It will be Team Maglat with Dana and Gellért taking on David Howell and Alessia. Currently, this is our standings. Team Mighty Fox with that mighty win in convincing style. Going up the leaderboard, Judith, that's the team to beat right now. And in second place, Team Crazylandia. And we see quite a bit of a margin there.
Oh, absolutely. But I'm sure that when David and Alessia, the Crazylandia, comes on stage, they want to win. They will be hungry and they want to punch them on the board, of course.
It is going to be some crazy chess that we can expect from these two players. But Judith, so far, out of the matches that we've seen, it felt like Zsóka and Ferenc Berkes have the best understanding between these two because this game just felt like it was a flow for them.
But also, I think in style, they are similar. Like Zsóka is also a player who likes solid things because her repertoire was, I think, more of the solid c4, d4, knight f3, the very solid, slow kind of game. And I hope she's going to become more tactical to progress in her development. But I know Ferenc is so much in this very slow way, very like small advantage. That's the best.
Yeah.
That's the best to have. No rush, no tactics, no nothing. Just a little that you're just torturing your opponent. That's the cool thing.
And such a stark difference from your style because we were playing in the community game yesterday on day one of the Global Chess Festival, and Berkes, myself and Judith were on one team, and Alessia, Vasil Ivanchuk, David Howell and many other grandmasters were on the other team. And Judith, you would always want to play the most aggressive attacking move, while Berkes wanted to trade queens and go into some strategic safe position in the endgame and slowly win. Just complete contrast of styles.
Well, probably if I would play with Ferenc, we would have some conflict. Because this is the thing, that if I go something, I mean, if you say A, you should say B, right? If you're attacking, you can't waste time losing time.
Yes, absolutely. And right now, I wonder if this is a clash of styles because we saw David and Alessia. They drew their first match against Team DragonChess. They're back to fight against Team Maglat, who has just lost a game. And it's going to be so important for Dana and Gellért to just get over what has happened because that felt like a very one-sided show.
Well, at some point when knight was on c5, I felt that it was a pretty balanced game, but they made a bad decision switching the knight from c5 to bishop, and that was decisive because after that they practically had no chance.
No chance. And just setting up when Team Mighty Fox, set up the bishop and the queen battery together, made it work so well, the pawns moving forward. It was quite a fantastic display of strategy, and right now we see some strategy being discussed here.
Yeah. But you know, it's interesting, the focus in the festival, the theme was decision making.
Yeah.
And I'm always saying that when you see make a decision made like a blunder, usually it has those decisions towards to a blunder. It was done much in advance. So for example, here, switching the pieces on c5 was not a blunder or anything like that, but it was a bad decision that it started to go on downhill for black.
Yes. It felt like all the pieces were in the right place, but you make this slight strategic problem and then everything falls apart, and right now the players are having so much fun. You were talking about decision making, but of course Global Chess Festival is also about enjoying chess.
It's about fun and showing how chess can be fun in many different ways.
Competitive and fun at the same time. The
Yeah,
players,
you shouldn't be too competitive.
the players here, Judith, definitely wanting to win, getting that fist bump in. And in just a few moments, we will have the first moves. And this time, David and Alessia start with the white pieces. And it's ladies first, so Alessia gets to decide king's pawn opening or queen's pawn opening.
Yeah, this is why it doesn't really matter whether who plays the first move, because they discuss who is going to play and which move and which opening they would like to have.
And do you think they were also following the action of the previous games?
I'm sure.
Yes.
We heard some noise out there also that the other teams who are not playing, they are having fun and enjoying that the blunders are not made by them.
Yes. They're absolutely. They're sitting back and having that laugh and also thinking about what they want to play in the next game. I'm sure David and Alessia have a strategy in mind, seeing where perhaps Dana and Gellért could go wrong. And it's going to be quite a fantastic fight, and it starts with the king's pawn opening, 1e4 on the board.
Okay, the players are still in the beginning, smiling.
Smiling, and we see a Berk setup, a modern setup here. So black usually starts a little slow, where the pieces are placed in its own camp, while white gets a free hand to expand in the center.
Oh yeah, I was playing this 3-pawn against the Berk. I liked it very much because white is taking a great space advantage. Of course, you have to be very precise. And the idea is that black is reacting on the queen side, trying to put b5 and activity with bishop b7 and c5 breaking the center. But it can be a very sharp game, I must say. But I love to play with white, this setup.
Yeah, I can imagine, because you get the center, your pawns are rolling already, and you're looking at opening some files and diagonals and getting an attack in. And after the last move, bishop to b7, it is David and Alessia who slow down. It's on Alessia right now to make a move.
Yeah, because it's a question that you can play it with short castle, but I would go bishop e3, for example. First of all, the reason is because I want to stop c5. And then I would be considering to play queen move to d2 or queen e2 front of the king, and then hesitate to castle the long side, because I like to play h4 and h5 and stuff like that. e5. This is also something very common in this system, to make space for your knight on e4 and also put pressure, block the power of the g7 bishop. But I think c5 will be standing on the board.
Both players are trying to break in the center. The last move, e5, also takes a developing square from some of black's kingside pieces here, blocking the bishop, blocking the knight. So Judith, as you said, black needs to strike in the center. And now a lot of decisions to be made, because there are ideas of taking on d4 and taking on e5.
Well, there's a huge tension in the center, and this opening is all about when you play this system. But you have to think about it, what happens in time, because white spent a lot of time here so far. I don't know if bishop e4 can be a good... no. Bishop e4 maybe?
Bishop e4, and if you take the queen, then you have to take with the recapture with the king, keeping the bishop defended. Do you really want to trade, or will Team Crazylandia want to keep more pieces on the board? Again, they're the ones who are low on the clock by more than a minute.
Yes, let's see. Bishop e3. White wants to force black to play c4 and only after that to play bishop e4. In that case, the white rook could be taking back if it's black wanted to exchange the queens on d1. Queen c8. I love white's position, to be honest. After bishop e4, black wants to play probably b4, but it looks pretty dangerous for black, I must say.
And all these ideas are in the air. White decides to go castle on the king side. Black needs to finish development. The knight is headed over to f5 or g4, attacking the bishop on e3. And Judith, the reason you're insisting on the move bishop e4 is because one of black's key pieces is the light squared bishop, a very active piece, and you want to trade it off.
Exactly, that's the reason. And the problem is that I cannot go knight e4 because black is pushing the pawn to c4 and I would be actually losing material. And it's interesting that black went knight h6 because somehow that's the only way and only route for black's knight to develop and go to f5, which is a great square for the knight in these positions. And now black has to decide what to do, whether captures, giving up the tension. Again, we were talking and discussing this kind of things, that who gives up the tension, it favors the other one. But after bishop e4, knight e4, the c5 would be under attack, so black is keeping tension. But now e6 is also something white can consider, ruin the structure of black and then takes, and knight g5. Or maybe knight d5 is also something to consider with white.
I think e6 is just such a move that throws your opponent off completely, but they have about 2.5 minutes. It is a pawn sacrifice.
But white is spending crazy lot of time.
Because they're thinking about this, Judith. It is a critical moment, but the thing is, will they decide to go for it or not after spending this time?
But they can't afford it. In any case, you cannot afford to be half of the time in this format, I believe.
Because there will be more critical decisions to be made, even if you do get that e6 break in. And instead decides to go with the queen move to e2, so freeing up the d1 square for the rook to join the party.
But I think now b4 I would be playing with black and forcing white to capture on b7, or maybe you can go knight d5, but I'm not so sure about that.
And the point that you want to make, Judith, here is that you don't want to allow white's knight to land on e4. I thought that's why you wanted to go b4.
Queen c6, though. Queen c6 and knight f5. Black has some great squares for their pieces.
Queen c6 would hit the knight on e4, forcing white to either retreat the knight or the bishop, trying to defend the knight on e4 and keep it on the solid square. Black also needs to find one move to go castle king side. You want to get your king to safety.
But there is no rush, because it's a huge safety for black, and if black puts the queen on c6, it attacks the knight on e4. The c5 is very well protected with the queen and the knight. So black can afford to play one or two moves, optimizing their pieces, the queen and the knight from h6 towards to f5, or after queen c6 to castle. I would not suggest to go castle, because after that already I believe e6 can be really unpleasant. Knight f5.
Hitting the bishop, and that falls back.
The thing is that the queen on c8 does not stand. I mean, it's just asking for it to have your queen on c6. Please, have your queen on c6.
Also freeing up the rook. It is a nice square for the queen. You place it on the long diagonal. But wow, aggressive play here by team Maglat, h5, so stopping any potential g4 that could have kicked the knight out of this beautiful spot.
Yes, h5 is a very typical thing, and you cannot go just h3 to play g4 immediately, because then black can go h4. Though, after that, you will not castle necessarily, because you have a weakness on h4. So I like pretty much c3 just in case, but I would also like to have the rook on d1 and double on the d file, but also e6 at some point. Wasn't e6 incredibly strong and taken knight g5? Black starts to have a lot of weaknesses, I believe.
Let's show that idea really quickly. Judith, you have been wanting to make this move, and the knight jumps to g5.
Not
you
other
can decide
one from e5.
whichever one. Knight e5 looks really strong, and the knight lands on e6. Wow, e6, the moment we have this position, it's clear it was a very strong option. Instead, c3 was played, and black did go for queen c6, the move that you were advocating for. The rook comes to the center of the board. We do see black go in for castle. And now the point is that you never have time to play the move e6, because the queen can capture it.
You say the queen on c6. It should be there for the last three moves already. Because that's, I mean, you know, there are systems where you know that some of the pieces 100% has to stand somewhere to control squares, to be ready for action. It's just the spirit of the position. Like knight on f5, queen on c6 after exchanging the long diagonal bishop. It's just that's how it is. It just has to stand there.
And it's this feel for position and this feel for understanding where the pieces belong. And I feel like the best players in the world, the strongest players, it comes so naturally and so quickly to them.
Well, and another few thousand of hours of studying.
It's true, because what is intuition is basically something that you have studied over and over again, that you've internalized it.
Yes, you have to learn it and understand the positions to be able to make it fast eventually.
But I'm going to be honest, I've also done thousands of hours of studying and I don't get how quickly pieces need to arrive at the right spot. I still struggle with it. But Judith, you're absolutely right. The queen does belong to c6, the knight does belong to f5. And when you understand these concepts, it's so much easier to find moves.
And also you save time, because when you know where automatically it should be standing, and when I'm saying that it should be standing on some critical squares, it means that it's nothing concrete about it. It's a long-term strategy that it can be prophylactical. For example, now queen on c6 not only has the power on the long diagonal, but it stops white playing e6. This is one of the most important in these positions.
And wow, we've got some moves that have actually happened, that have come in, and let's just update all that happened.
F6?
We had
Why F6 was needed?
doubling up on the D line, the pressure was too much.
Ooh,
And Judith,
look at the pin from the bishop on F. Ooh, wow, looks completely
and this is the live
over.
position.
I mean, opening up the position, having the pawn on H5, look at the E6 square, everything is falling apart.
yes, F6, that last move. And
Everything falling apart.
I think it was, you're absolutely right. It creates so many weaknesses. Now the knight has been forced to go back because you couldn't have traded on D6, allowing white's rook to jump in.
Oh, poor knight had to go back to H6. Oh,
It's where it came from. It might even go back to G8 someday, Judith.
I don't know, when the game is finished for sure.
And we see the queen. Just compare all of white's pieces to black's pieces. You can see the lack of harmony there. The knight joins the party. Always watch out for a sacrifice on G6.
It's coming.
Yeah, you can feel it. It's in the air and the rooks are disconnected. The queen on C6, a lone camper. The knight on D7 has no future at all. This is such a difficult position to play with black.
And also you see that knight on d6 is not threatening with anything at the moment, but it's just so powerful that at some point it will be like a killer. Also b4 is something to think about in this position if you don't want to smash black and it doesn't work.
I mean, I would love to get F5 and knight G6 in. It's so attractive.
It's not bad. I mean, I can't say that it's not tempting. And it's there.
So tempting. And you can't really afford to take that pawn on F5, opening up your king. So this really was the only way to go. And now just go forward with the knight.
I see, if I feel it well, you would like to take over with white.
I think you speak for everyone right now. I mean, this is the most beautiful position I've seen for white.
And after that, knight e7, I think.
Oh. Knight e7, hitting the queen. The pawn on c5 is weak.
But maybe that's not the best move. I mean, the problem is that to win a winning position, right?
Yes. This is the big dilemma.
B3, look at that. B3.
I can't tell, do you like it or not?
I like it. You know, once I had a game with Vichy and I played B3 and that was the killer move. A quiet move in a tactical position.
Yeah. As long as it's not on move 1, I think B3 is fine. Oh. Wow, I need to look up that game. So Judith versus Anna.
You know that game.
I'm sure I do.
From 1999 in those Hermanas. That's one of the most famous game of my collection.
Yes, I think, and the one with Gary as well.
Yeah, but I mean, against Vichy, it's one of the most memorable, one of the kind of almost perfect game.
Judith with the white pieces in that one, winning. And right now it looks like the white pieces are dominating in this as well.
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit, all of it. And now you can jump in 1 second. You
At
just
the
take
same
with the bishop.
time, we just gave away the d6 knight.
Judith, white has got 8 seconds right now. So clock is a bit of a factor.
Wow.
And you say, okay,
Wow.
the h5 pawn falls. Can you just pick it up right now? And we saw a little bit of a bar jump there.
Wow.
And mistakes are happening. The bar is going up and down because the players are playing on seconds. The c5 pawn is hanging,
Ooh.
the h5 pawn is hanging, the f5 pawn has just been defended by white's rook.
Oh, knight
Finally
h5.
takes it.
Pawn, but very little time.
Very little time. The pressure is on for white right now. Doubles up, there's a pin.
Ooh.
f5 is a weakness
F5?
and he takes it.
Not anymore a weakness, it's taken.
It's just dead because the bishop hangs.
Wow, black is taking over and white is going in time down.
And now it's level material. Black has got the
Check and
extra
rook
few
d2.
seconds.
Bishop h6 also
Activates
powerful.
the bishop. I like it. And once the rook, if it lands on d3,
I
we'll be
wanted
big
to bring the
trouble.
rook first to the second rank and only after that to bring the bishop.
Very nice technique there, but instead
King
bishop
g3.
h6 was played. But Judith, black is completely out of trouble. Now you compare the pieces. The rook and the bishop are active. White's rook active but stuck on f5. The knight on d5, no target. Can he trade and can he go rook d3?
Well, you just go rook d2 and capture the pawn, or rook c2.
Does it? Takes on f4. You're going to win g4. White is in trouble because black's the one who's quicker to the queen side pawns. You go rook c2, win the c3 pawn next.
This will be a painful experience
What
for white.
a turnaround. And look at Gellért. He knows that the position is turned around. They were completely lost, Judith.
Exactly. See, they had the problem how to win the completely winning position, and now what has happened?
What
Never
has
think the
happened?
game
Black
is
has
over.
an extra pawn. Never give up.
It's not only extra pawn. The problem is that white is very passive. White was in zugzwang practically.
Pick up
to
the
give
g2 pawn.
Exactly. White is going to be looking for, but why not take?
And
Okay.
Judith, look
so-
at Alessia and David. They know they're so disappointed with what has just happened. We saw both of them just lean back right now.
It's a crucial game.
Very crucial.
It's a very crucial game. What has just happened? Oh, what a disaster!
Another pawn falls. And now that's 3 pawns too many.
Huge disappointment. Look at David's face.
But what a
What a
performance by Dana and Gellért. Taking down big favorites in this match.
So, what's the moral of the story? Fight until the very end.
Never give up, and that no
Never.
result is written in sport. You can be
Yes.
a favorite on paper, but you still have to fight it out.
Yeah.
And now the king steps in. The c pawn is unstoppable. The rook will come to c3 to block the file. The king goes on to b2 to assist the pawn to queening. And that's it.
Wow, what a comeback.
What a result by Team Maglat. They take
How
down
happy
Team
they are.
Crazylandia. And they deserve to be happy right now.
Yeah, but this, I have to tell you that it was how they ruined it, poor David and Alessia. It was a teamwork of ruining it. Because they had such an advantage, such a winning position.
Absolute domination
Wow.
by Team Crazylandia out of the opening. And I think they're looking at where it all went wrong.
But there are so many moments where it went wrong. You can't even pick one, I think. I mean, there was a final mistake or something.
What a turnaround. That was a roller coaster game. 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. This is Tandem Chess. This is the Global Chess Festival Triathlon. And these are the standings. Team Mighty Fox at the top. Team Crazylandia suffered a shocking defeat to Team Maglat with International Master Gellért and Women Grandmaster Dana. And then on 2 points, we've got Team DragonChess. A lot more chess to be played. And Judith, even now, anything can happen. It's everything to play for.
And this was very important for Team Mighty Fox because obviously at the moment, David and Alessia, Crazylandia is the biggest rival for them. But now it's very open who is going to be taking the lead. Right now, Mighty Fox is leading for the moment. And this was really, really very important moment for the event.
Very important moment for the standings, as you're saying. And I think a result that few would have predicted at the start. David, Alessia were so much in form and rhythm and had dominating position that they had. But this is the form.
This game will hunt them.
Yes, it's not going to be easy, but it's so fast moving, Judith, that you need to leave that behind as quickly as possible.
But you know how easy it is,
It
right?
hurts. It pains. It's easier said than done.
Basically, if they just collect the point which was given to them, that opportunity, and it was not an only move that you had to win. Probably it was not so easy, but only few moves were had to be done, and that would be it, and then they would be in the lead. And it was a very important, critical moment of the tournament for so far.
A huge moment. And like you said, it's not the result, but the way it happened that hurts a lot. When you're in a crushing position, you know, you've got about 10 moves that you don't even have to make the best moves in the position, and you still keep all the advantage. And then suddenly it slips out of the hand, and it all comes down to that time management, Judith, to have those extra seconds in those critical decisions. And right now, there will be more critical decisions to be made by Team Mighty Fox, who are in the lead. Berkes Ferenc and Zsóka Gaál will be playing against Team DragonChess, who are currently in 4th position with 2 points. Will we see another big, shocking upset in this one?
Well, the question is how they can come back and give a very good game. It is very important for the tournament point of view, also not only for them, because if they, let's say, win versus the Mighty Fox team, then of course everything becomes very open, and they take away the point from Berkes and Zsóka. Zsóka again, very serious. That's what you want to say.
I was going to say, Judith, what do you think? Are we going to see Gaál smile before the game or not?
Yeah, because Ferenc will make her smile.
Will Berkes be able to make his teammates smile before the start of this game? Well, they did have a crushing victory in their last matchup that they played against Team Maglat. Will they be able to have a repeat performance in this one? And it's go time as we start with the Queen's Pawn opening. It's a Queen's Gambit declined.
Well, it's Ferenc. What do you want? We couldn't hope for e4 with Zsóka and Ferenc there. I mean, the classic comes.
And there we see the players on the board, and Miguel and Illescas, they're going for a cagey setup with this e3, b3 on the board, trying to fianchetto the queenside bishop.
Well, Miguel also likes to play very solid, of course, very positional.
And Judith, very often in these opening, it's the fight for the e4 square. If white is able to get a successful e4, you're very happy, but black has got enough resources making sure that doesn't happen.
Well, these kind of middle games are very huge tension in the center with the 4 pawns over there, right? And the question is, who is giving up the tension? We were already talking about this a lot, but eventually someone should be giving up. So, of course, the b2 bishop is not very happy there into defending, biting into the pawn on e4, but, well, white will play rook c1, rook e1, or rook d1, eventually at some point knight e5, but black is developing in a very healthy way, so black is just very fine.
Very healthy way and no weaknesses, and I like this idea of jumping in with the knight. Eventually, black does take the decision to dissolve the center, open up the bishop, but this also gives white a lot of flexibility in the center. You always have to watch out for the d pawn advancing forward, opening up this bishop, and the bishop on d3 is already lined up for an attack on the
Well, this
queen side.
d5, what you just showed, it is some, we can say maybe the most sharp idea in this kind of position. So black has to be watching out after that, because suddenly the b2 bishop, which we were discussing, it's going to be like such a powerful bishop, and the d3 bishop there, the two together are just ready. The only piece which is defending black's position is the only lonely knight on f6. f4, what an aggression. They know that they have to win to somehow catch up and still be in the race.
And I like it. I like that they're putting pressure.
I like f4.
Yeah, I could feel it, Judith. I could
like
feel it. You
f4.
approve. And going for this attack, so now not only d5, but you always have to watch out for an f5 break as well. And the knight comes into to put more support on that e5 square. The knight can also jump into g5, targeting the f7 pawn. And Judith, now, if black was ever to take, you really want to recapture with the f pawn.
Yeah. That's not something black wants to consider. At the same time, it's very difficult. I don't know, maybe bishop f3 has to be taken.
Because knight g5 is a huge threat. And you
Well,
can go
h6.
h6 to stop that.
I don't know. You see bishop f3. There was no other way. White had too many knights.
Too many knights. Too many knights.
Yes.
Absolutely. And like you said, once this bishop opens up, it's not a bishop, it will be a sniper on the board. So again, always watch out for d5, f5
Queen h3
breaks.
also.
Queen
putting
h3.
pressure there on the h7 pawn.
This is looking dangerous territory now for black.
Very dangerous. Extremely dangerous for black. Okay, g6. Slowly.
I'm just eyeing this move d5. Is it possible to go d5 right now, or is it too rushed? I really want to open up this bishop on b2.
Well, d5 is tempting so much. Bishop c2. Look at the maneuvering. Bishop a4.
Oh gosh, this is some high-level chess. I like it. I like bishop c2, bishop a4, switching gears here.
Yeah, it's interesting, but not maybe even not bishop a4, but bishop b3 later on, and that's how to play d5. But of course, black is not going to capture on d5.
And the point is that you really don't want to play rook to d8 because it invites the move knight to c6 as well, so creating more threats, more pressure on the board. Judith.
Nice idea, bishop c2, bishop
Really
a4.
nice. That's what, like, you're playing this, we're talking about tactics and attack, and then suddenly shifting gears to strategic play and maneuvering.
It's interesting, just within 2 moves, right? We're talking about attack forward h7 and suddenly bishop on a4, and it's very strategical. For example, bishop a3 and then c5 is also possible. But h3, look at that. Very slow. We have more time.
Yeah, we're enjoying our position.
Let black suffer. What to do?
And we keep all the threats. And the bishop pair is really a strong bishop pair in this position.
Very nice maneuver, by the way.
Really nice, yeah, this bishop c2, bishop a4.
Yeah.
Super idea here. And Judith, I think we're on the brink of a second big upset right now. Team DragonChess currently on 2 points, last position. In a dominating, well, in at least a position that you feel like white has a big advantage against the leaders of the triathlon. The Team Mighty Fox with 6 points.
Yes, exactly. But this happens so many times.
Yeah.
Like somebody is on the final standing, punches back in the right moment, right? At least to give something to show that they don't belong there, where they are standing right now.
That's what I love about this format that the Global Chess Festival has designed, because it's so difficult to predict and anything can happen in any of these games. And in Tandem, in the puzzle battle that we saw, and the bullet that we're going to see. And you know, this last few moves that we're seeing, including king to h1 by white, it almost feels like it's Burkish pairing.
G4
Gary,
is
the g-pawn
coming.
is on the board. A g4, aggressive. Judith approves of it. And and g4, white is having all the fun in this position.
But it's so interesting to see what has happened in the last 5 moves. From a tactical kind of system, it becomes like a torture of black, right?
And it feels like white is constantly shifting.
Why did white give up this?
I'm not sure, because that knight was a beautiful knight. You again want to trade on your terms.
How can you give up this knight from e5? It's like painful.
And even if...
Okay, because of f5. But it's interesting that at some point you think it's going to be tactical, then they go on positional, and then they come tactical. I mean, the e5 knight, having it there, it was much more important than
and
to
it was
go.
this moment, right, Judith? Even if you trade, you want black to trade on e5. Again, so that you're the one who trade on your terms, taking on the f pawn and opening up the f line. And I think this was a key moment, like you pointed out. White decided to rush, go into concrete chess with this f5 break. But now things are opening up, and it could go any way. We see black's king side is still pretty solid, while white's king needs to watch out a little bit.
But look at that, the a4 bishop was so powerful, and now what it is, biting air. Okay,
Finally.
it's going to go bishop c6, fine.
Finally,
But the
d5
black
played.
squares, I don't know if white can go f6 or capture on g7 first.
Well, we watch out for knight g3 always. That's a big
Well-
threat. You can go f6, and then black will
And then
fall
rook e1.
back with the
maybe.
king.
f6 and king g2. Okay, king g2. But king g2, for example, must have been played instead of knight d7. It is you have to improve your pieces first before you take actions.
Yes, concrete decisions could have been delayed. Improvement of pieces.
Black
and now
is
black
back.
centralized. Black
Black
is
is
back.
back.
Another turnaround. And now touching the 2-minute mark, the queen centralizes, but does this invite white to go rook to e1?
But the black squares, look at the black squares. Black is controlling it so much and so well. The knight on h5 is not the classical bad knight, which is on the rim and it's going to be bad. No, it has important squares controlling f4 and g3. I like knight queen e5, even though if someone says that it's a question mark.
And I think that question mark, again, that's a question mark you can chuck out of the window because, again, it's such a natural move and it keeps black all the advantage. Maybe there was something better and maybe queen e5 is not the most accurate, but it's such a good move to make. Centralize your queen. Such a human approach. And now the queen can jump in, give a check.
But if black could give a check on b2, maybe.
We have to show those tactics. Judith, I know what you've spotted.
So tell it. Continue. So I say a move, and then after rook e2, you have to.
I feel it. I feel you right now, Judith. And if it goes rook e2, the most natural response, that knight on h5 that you were pointing.
We're sharp too.
Yes, we got that puzzle battle in. Knight f4 would actually win the game, but instead black fell back with the queen to f6 awarded. Well, not awarded.
Well, of course, white did not have to blunder there, but that was a tactic which could work out. And there was, another tactic. Can we go back just very quickly? So after queen b2, if white goes rook f2, then there's other tactic with double attack queen b4. So that's why it was kind of tricky. So maybe it was a material win after queen b2.
This is super pretty and a harder one to spot than the one on rook e2.
Well, we had the puzzle battle, so we are also in training.
We're all warmed up. Inside, the queen fell backwards. There was a trade on g6 and the queens got traded as well. The bishop lands back on c6. So nice square, and I think white, I would prefer white here. I like that bishop on c6, Judith, and I can target the b6 pawn.
I should, but I can't argue with that.
Yay, Judith agrees. All right, so bishop to c6 played, and I think white is back in the mix and also ahead on the clock.
Yes, absolutely. So the weather is changing fast.
Weather is always changing on the chessboard.
Yeah, now suddenly black has a difficult time on both ways, on the clock and on the board.
It feels like white has got easier moves to make, and that's so important.
Exactly. That's much more important at this stage when you go down in time. So white has an idea to double the rook on f5 sometimes. Well, actually, the rook on f8 is tied down there. Rook e7 is possible. Rook b1 is very tempting. But definitely the power of the bishop on c6 is that black cannot go rook e8.
Oh, this is so nicely pointed out. It's not only a really good-looking piece on c6, it's actually doing multiple jobs here. It's taking away a key square from which black can actually neutralize the open line, try and trade pieces, try and get activity. And notice how black actually has no open file to take control of right now.
Yeah, this is a problem. If the knight would be from f6 to go to d6, that would be quite nice. But it's not an easy journey.
You might be right. That might be the way to go, Judith. You fall back with the knight to only go forward.
But black will not have enough time. I think I would be going rook b1 now. And after rook b8 to go the other rook to e1. And I'm just blocking the knight on f6 to transfer it to d6.
Oh, we've got moves, Judith. Rook c7 was played, rook e3. And I'm just going to get us up to date with the live position. The rook did attack the b6 pawns. A6.
Ooh, things are going fast.
Super fast, and all of this happened really quickly, and this is the live position. So we missed a few moves, and this is up to date, and we see the players are on the 1 minute mark.
Well, black had an opportunity to look for counterattack. Knight on e4 obviously stands incredibly well, the best possible location for the knight in this position. Also, the rook on d4 is just threatening to go to the second rank rook d2. Also completely stops the push of the d pawn. So if black could come out from the c7 cage
that would be
to
checkmate
b2,
for white.
then it's over, right? So white has to be careful not to let out the rook from c7.
That's the one thing working in white's favor, that the rook to c7 doesn't have a path towards white king, but it's the piece activity that you're pointing out for black that gives enough compensation for the extra pawn. White trying to trade off pieces makes a lot of sense. When you're up material, you want to try to neutralize the pressure. And now you can double up on the 7th rank.
I would exchange on b7 and bring the king to g5, f4.
Oh,
or
king
e5,
is a piece of the
f4.
endgame. And you want the king to join the attack.
Yes.
Judith attacks with the king as well.
Well, in the endgame, that's the sharpest attacker.
Ooh, the rook does join the party. You have to go rook h7, I think.
But
now.
not g5.
Oh my gosh, but rook h3 has to be checkmate.
Well, rook h7 actually it's still possible, but take 6, knight g5, king e3, counter-attacking, so just in time.
Just surviving.
But is rook h7 the only move?
Because rook h3, g5 is a huge threat on the board, Judith.
Check.
Gives a check, the king
G5.
moves forward. Now rook h3 was mate in 1, so the point is you take away a g5 key square. And I wonder if black actually had to go e5 instead.
Maybe. But now rook d3, what do you think? And capture on h3, possibly?
Yes, but
Black
at
is
least
under
white
a minute.
isn't getting checkmated.
But it's not fun to play with white, I think.
And now h3 isn't falling, so if you give a check, white simply slides
But rook
back.
d3 was better because that would be forcing white king to g2 to protect the h3. And now after rook d3, white can go king e2 because the h3 is protected.
With the h7 rook. And players are playing on second
H4!
right now. h4 is a mate in 1 and white finds it! We have it on the board! And Berkes Ferenc cannot believe it and nobody can believe it!
Why did they play puzzle battle?
And we can hear the screaming and the applause outside, and the players are in absolute shock at what an end we just had to that game. Wow, Judith.
Well, this will be very hard to recover for black.
Team
For a team Mighty
DragonChess.
Fox,
Yes.
the drama of the event.
The drama continues. Team Mighty Fox have taken a mighty fall right now as Team DragonChess scores a huge upset victory with a checkmate on the board.
I gave a checkmate h4 once.
Oh,
It was a beautiful...
was it just once? I'm surprised it was just once.
One I remember for sure because it was a nice tactics.
Who was on the receiving end? Do you remember?
Spanish international master.
And
It
this,
was a nice queen sacrifice.
oh wow, what game? What game was it?
I guess Fernandez.
Oh wow, and this time it was a
Nice.
Spanish.
And it was also,
grandmaster.
the king was on g5. I had my 2 rooks on the f and the h, and that's how I played h4 mate.
Wow, was it an end game as well? I'm guessing.
No, middle game.
You got Black's king on g5 in a middle game.
Well, black had the queen because I sacrificed mine.
Of course you did. Nothing new there. Judith with her
No,
queen.
it was rapid, I think, or something. But I was so happy to give her h4. And it was so nice. And one of our global chess festival,
Yeah.
at the time it was not named like that. There was a choreography made, music with that game. So they were dancing it down, and you could see the pieces. And this was the final.
Oh, h4 as a checkmate
Yes,
must have been
yes.
a beautiful dance move.
Yeah.
Wow, I think Judith, your games and your attacking masterpieces and the finishes that you've given, really many t-shirts could be made out of that, out of those positions.
Maybe one day, good idea.
Yes. I know I'd get myself one for sure. I'm already calling dibs on that. But Judith, what a performance we've had in the last 2 matches. We've seen Team DragonChess take down Team Mighty Fox. We saw Team Maglat take down Team Crazylandia. The Tandem Blitz has been shocking results so far.
Yeah, and it's so balanced. I mean, look at that. It's so tight. in
Super
score.
tight.
I mean, DragonChess, they really bounced back.
They really bounced back, and Team Mighty Fox is at 6 points currently, and Team Crazylandia at 5 points. Team Maglat as well at 6 points. We will get up our standings as soon as we can before we go into our next matchup, and there we have it. Judith, Mighty Fox still leading, but just a 1 point lead.
Yeah, but you know, psychologically, it's extremely difficult to handle this. And just within few minutes to recover from something like that, you understood that the opportunity was there. They got out from the trouble which they had in the middle game. They fought back. This is one of the most difficult things for chess players when you make a huge blunder, and there is no bigger blunder that was made right now.
Yeah.
This is the bigger you can make.
Yes. In
Self-made in 1.
Self-made in 1, you put your king, you put your pieces in a way that you've got no escape. You put your knight on f6 and h4, a checkmate, a game over. And right now, the team has to come back to play. And as soon as it finished, I saw Zsóka. She was furiously walking out. She went to get a breather, but she's already back into action.
But you know, these are the moments where you can show how big fighter and how big champion you're going to be. Because these are the moments where you can prove that the weak ones drown and the strong ones come back.
And some very different faces there. Some smiling, some tension over there. And it's go time, Judith. Wow, it is Team Crazylandia taking on Team Mighty Fox. They've had a difficult start, and we see that Zsóka again goes for the kind of structure that she likes. A reti opening with a fianchetto on the king side.
Let's see how it will be unfolding this game. Actually, it's a big match what they have right now. Because, of course, Crazylandia wants to win desperately to take the lead.
And the reason you say that is because currently Team Mighty Fox is on position 1, while Team Crazylandia is second, tied for second. And if they win this, they actually
change places.
They change places. They leapfrog the standings with 2 points.
Exactly. So it's a very crucial game, and how we are moving forward in the event, more and more game will be crucial.
And it's quite a crucial opening, quite a non-standard opening, where instead of developing the bishop with the more solid b6, bishop b7, black went all out. And this wasn't a mouse slip.
Well, it's a typical modern fashion with having these AIs around. AI influence.
I'm looking at our camera screen right now of the players, Judith, and it just feels like Team Mighty Fox looks very stressed to me.
At the same time, they know and understand that they should leave behind the things what happened in the previous game. And I hope that they are able to concentrate. Because actually nothing happened.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still up there. This is why it's so difficult. Before the event, they would be happy, right?
Yeah.
Of this situation.
Absolutely.
So this is what you have to switch your mindset, and this is a decision.
I think it's about forgetting that checkmate. It's about letting go of the fact that, you walked into something.
If something will be hunting in this tournament, then it's this one. Maybe it will be in our dreams too.
Both these teams actually, Judith, have got something to recover from winning positions that slipped out of their hands.
Exactly.
So they need to show that strength of character right now. They are fighting against each other. A very crucial match for the standings. And we see some critical decisions have been taken. And A file is open. To me, it looks like White has a clear target for the rest of the game. A7, this pawn, I'm expecting it needs to move forward to A5 at some point.
Well, probably it will move A5, but maybe Black started with knight D7. I would have played bishop B7 maybe first.
And I think the reason for that is because you're always kind of looking out for anything along the diagonal, the long diagonal.
But I like this for White. Queen B3, isn't it forcing Black to capture on C3 because D5 is under attack?
Queen B3 looks extremely strong with
the other idea is to go knight D4, trying to reach out to C6, and after bishop B7, knight F5 is a nice outpost there. But Queen B3 first, I would like to challenge you on that.
It is really interesting. Queen B3, such a direct move. To me, knight D4 was the first one that I considered, but I think Queen B3 is on the board. It has been played. A double attack, Judith, forcing Black to relinquish the bishop pair.
Exactly. Now it's a big question for Black, because if Black has to capture on C3, then definitely White has a fantastic position with the bishop pair, because it will be a position either Queen C3 or B takes C3 more, and then you can go with the bishop to A3 or develop it to G5. But the bishop on G2, the fianchetto bishop, is just so powerful, and also the Black squares can be very sensitive in Black's position.
And let's not forget the long-term weakness on A7, which is going to force one of Black's pieces to defend it. And I like that Team Mighty Fox did not take too long to decide. Two pleasant choices: take with the queen or the pawn, and they go quickly with pawn takes bishop. The bishop can now think about landing on either A3 or G5, as you pointed out. A bishop pair for White, an open position due to the pleasant outcome from the opening. And also Black doesn't have bishop B7 anymore because of the queen on B3.
Well, maybe C4. And actually, while I'm saying it, it's there on the board.
Amazing call there, Judith. You want this bishop to not be a bishop but become a sniper.
Well.
Why not, if you can? And if Black was to take on C4, then you end up with more weaknesses in the position. You could take with the queen attacking the C5 pawn. So first Black jumps in with the knight, but this does allow White's knight to come into E5.
Knight E5 is a great square for the knight, definitely, but also the C5 pawn can be vulnerable. What do you think if bishop A3 or queen queen b5.
Oof. Very
b5 I
pleasant
like.
choices. Bishop a3,
But maybe
queen
c
b5.
takes d5 is also powerful. I'm not sure.
Goes with the bishop developing move, attacking c5.
Again, too many temptation.
And
for
so
white.
important to not burn the clock, but just to make one of those moves because it's not a critical decision. Each of these moves keeps an advantage.
Yeah, but you still think that black's position is so bad that only few moves and it will be fantastic, such a huge advantage, almost winning. But definitely the position is extremely difficult for black. Because if, let's say, queen c7, you can go c takes d5 and rook c1. And the c5 pawn is just really such a big target.
It's just lost, I think, in that position. You're not even going to be able to defend it.
But if black goes d takes c4 first, captures, and then queen c7, no, rook e8. But bishop c5, what is this?
You're so scared of opening
But
up the
bishop
bishop.
c5, there is a pin.
You take bishop c5
Rook
and the
e2.
point is rook e2. Oh, Judith, tactics.
But this is a puzzle.
It is
Puzzle battle.
Puzzle battle at its best. Bishop c5 on the board takes the pawn, and black doesn't have time to capture the e2 pawn because notice that pin on the A line. You will simply win the piece on b6, and David Howell and Alessia Santeramo are in big trouble right now. Also on the clock.
Well, the clock is so much secondary at this stage.
This is true. It's not their biggest problem.
Oy, for black.
Bishop takes pawn. White has a healthy extra pawn, a huge threat on the board. Now unpinning by defending the rook.
Well, now the typical big problem, how to win the winning position. First of all, you can go bishop takes b6, simplify the position, and just collect. No, h3, the very solid.
I like it, Judith.
Solid.
You ask
No
questions.
risk.
You ask questions because do you want to fall back to h5, allowing g4, forcing the bishop back, and then the knight can find itself jumping, opening up this
d4.
bishop? Yes.
Yeah.
Or you really don't want to take on f3 after bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop. That would be also disastrous. First takes on c4. White can simply capture with the pawn. Rook is coming to d1.
Bishop b6 was also an option, you know?
I paused.
Though maybe it was not so bad for
I think
black.
I like this. You just simply take the pawn.
And
keep
also that
everything.
they were not thinking.
This is the
Not
most
hesitating.
important.
Look at the advantage in time.
It's more than 2 minutes.
minutes.
That's more than 2 minutes and a dominating position, a very healthy extra pawn. Well, watch out. Black has a clear threat to win the c4 pawn. I
Well,
really
probably
want,
knight d4.
I want to jump with the knight,
I mean,
Judith.
knight d4.
And I think
knight
the tactics
d4.
just work out in your
Knight
favor.
e5. I rather prefer knight d4. I don't know why, because it would be defending the queen on b3. That would be important, you know.
And
After
let's
knight
just show
d4, I
that
think.
after knight d4,
Yes, because bishop c4 is not possible to bishop b6.
you simply take and
Exactly.
at the end of it.
And knight b3, piece up.
And that's why you wanted the knight on d4.
Exactly.
All right.
Okay, knight e5 does not look bad at all.
And the rook
Rook
landed
c8.
on c8, attacking the bishop, x-raying the pawn on c4. There's
Knight
still a little
c6.
tension.
Well, knight c6 is an option, for example.
Knight c6, queen to...
But also rook d1 is not bad.
I like knight c6, queen d7, rook d1. Just combine everything. Also knight c6, queen d7, rook a7.
Ooh. Crazylandia made some crazy moves this time.
And it looks like it's going to be a mighty win for the mighty fox. Knight c6, Judith, your move on the board. I don't even see a good square for the queen right now. You really don't want to go queen d7, allowing rook to take the
But
pawn
we
with the
discussed
tempo.
that the previous match, that they ruined their winning position, it will hunt them. And you see, they just completely confused Crazylandia.
Yes.
David and Alessia.
And that was a bigger nightmare than for Team Mighty Fox because they were in a difficult position from the start.
Yes, and when you blunder one move, that's a different thing
Yes.
than continuously you drop your position and you ruin it.
From a completely winning position. And I think that's been a bit of a confidence shake for Team Crazylandia right now, who is once again in a difficult position. And David Howell there, you can see it on his face.
Bad news.
Yeah, he's almost giving up right now.
Well, I mean, it's difficult to fight.
With 6 seconds on the clock.
And with the extra piece down.
Yeah.
Or a rook with knight e7.
A lot
And
of
5
material
seconds
down.
on your clock,
5
which is
seconds
the
on
last
the
problem.
which is the least of your
Least of
problems
your
as well. Knight e7 feels like it would just end the game. On the board, Berkes Ferenc and Zsóka Gaál on the brink of a big win that will once again put them on top of the leaderboard. And on paper, Judith, these are really the two teams to beat.
Yeah, but now then there is a huge lead for Mighty Fox.
And the rook jumps in to attack the bishop, but it's a whole extra rook for white.
Yes, but they don't want to resign because it's so painful.
It's painful. I think it's about accepting right now. You want to just, it's sort of an inertia.
Digesting
Yes.
the situation, what they're in.
And we see the trades happened on f6, destroying black. It's black's king that's weak. Black is down a rook. No attack on white's
Queen
king.
b3.
This is beautiful.
Queen b3.
And there's going to be a checkmate on the board. And we're going to
But
see it happen.
probably they will be taking on f3, no? No, game over, queen b3.
Queen takes pawn and Crazylandia did resign. We see smiles, but
They
it's got to be
can.
hurting right now.
Yeah, but okay, it was fantastic to come back from Mighty Fox.
Yes.
After that game, just a few minutes after that to play.
But Judith, I think you made a very key point there, that for Mighty Fox, they fought that game. It was on level ground. And in the end, you make this one move blunder, it's easier to recover. But meanwhile, for Team Crazylandia, it kind of really shakes up your entire confidence. When
Well,
you're
now the last two games they were playing, they dropped their level quite a bit. And there is no more game for them to battle out in the tandem. And look at that lead.
Look at that 3-point lead, and for Team Crazylandia, the craziness continues. As you said, no games to be played, which means Team Maglat and Team DragonChess can actually leapfrog in the standings, get up to that second position, and we have a big matchup coming up as those two teams are fighting against each other in the next tandem. Team Maglat will be taking on Team DragonChess, Judith.
Well. Team Maglat, if they win, let's say, they are trying to catch up, right?
Absolutely, and Team Maglat with Gellért and Dana have had quite a performance. They did put up a big fight, taking down David and Alessia earlier on in the tandem. We see the players there. They are getting ready. Some chair shifting going on. What's happening there?
Preparation before the game, right?
Preparation before I wonder if that was anything to do with just being slightly superstitious. No, that's my chair. That's my chair. I want on that chair. That's the one I want.
Modern way of greeting each other.
Fist bumps. I like it, and I think in just a few moments, this is such a big matchup for our standings, and I know that Team Crazylandia is going to be watching it very intently, as currently in second position, but probably not for long, Judith.
Well, let's see, because just in about 10 minutes, we'll see whether there is a big rival coming up on the neck of Mighty Fox.
Yes.
Team Zsóka and Ferenc, or they will have a big lead before we go into the bullet part.
Oh, that's going to be a fun one. And we know in bullet, anything can happen. So it doesn't even matter who's on the lead, who's on pole position going into bullet, because there is more madness that we will be expecting. But right now, this one, a critical game. And it starts with a kind of a London.
Wow. They are so solid. Look at that.
Play by the white pieces. And the one thing I've noticed about Miguel and Olga is they like to play aggressive chess. They like open positions. So I'm just wondering if this is also a little bit against their opponent's style.
Yes, but at the same time, I can say that it's Dana likes to play aggressive.
Absolutely.
And this is not exactly that we can call aggressive system with white, right?
We've been calling her the dangerous Dana from the start of the day. But due to these positions also, they do hold poison. They look slow at first, but the middle game does tend to develop, and already white trying to get that A pawn to move forward, which was stopped. No more moving forward. I'm expecting one of the central pawns eventually for white. Either with the queen coming to c2, you start pushing the E pawn, or I really don't want to make the move c4.
No, after a4, you don't want to give up that square on b4, but black played e5. So now it's a question, for example, if black wants to continue to push e4 and close the system, queen b3. Well, bishop c4 maybe is a plan. trying to force d5. Knight e4. I like knight e4.
Ooh, knight e4, but it does allow a trade and... And luckily for black, knight g5 is impossible as the queen defends the square, so the knight falls back. Hit the bishop on e4. It will fall back to b7.
Yeah, it's interesting how white wants to continue. Put the bishop on b5, for example, trying to provoke black to play c6 or bishop c4.
I like this move as well, Judith.
But okay,
lining
bishop
up.
c4, queen is e7, big deal.
It's
I mean,
not a
look
big
at that
deal.
bishop on b7, the long diagonal is great. Look at the h2 bishop, is not very active. The pawn on e5 is great. Well, bishop d5, what about playing c6? No, they exchange.
They trade off instead of going c6. Perhaps didn't like the bishop being blocked up behind the pawn.
I would still rather play c6 and d5, maybe.
Ooh, maybe we can quickly show that. The alternative to just keep the bishop on the board. c6, the bishop moves back, and then we'd have d5. But instead, we did see a trade.
Well, now the position is very simplified. After c6, d5, it would be very
Tension.
messy.
Yes, the tension would be on the board. And now we've got white's queen. I know you like white's queen here. It's a nice spot, and black does want to trade it off.
Yeah, it became a very positional game. The bishop on h2, I can highlight again that it's not good because of the center pawn on e5.
I think Team Crazylandia is right now hoping for a draw in this one.
Yeah.
Because then they keep their lead.
No. They are Miguel, the chess dragons.
But Team Crazylandia, who is currently
okay.
on the standings,
Yes.
Judith, with the second
Yes.
position.
True.
And
Of course.
And for Team Maglat, if they were to win, they would leapfrog and take the second spot going into the bullet. But wow, this is a very, very technical and a strategic.
So what do you
end.
think? What will be the end of this game? the
Oh my
result?
gosh. I mean, I'm going to take the safe option here, and I'm going to predict hot take draw.
No, black wins.
That is a real hot take here. Black wins. But Judith, I want to ask you, what makes you say that right now in this
Because
position?
black plays f5, I bring the king f7, king e6, then I go knight f6, rook g8.
You still want to give
Easy,
checkmate
right?
to white's king. That was a wonky arrow, but yeah, you say it, you make it look so easy. And
Yeah,
f5
king
on
f7,
the
knight
board.
f6, king e6. I mean, I don't know if I told you, I don't like the bishop on h2.
No, you haven't even mentioned it once.
And I will
since
mention
this
it
game
again when it's
started,
going to be
Judith.
trapped, let's say, with g5, f4 or something.
Yeah, I don't remember you saying anything about this bishop on h2.
Good.
But wow, now that you say it, I'm just wondering if actually there's more than what meets the eye initially.
Don't tell me that you would take white.
I wouldn't take white, but I'm still thinking that draw is perhaps the most likely. But now I'm looking for counterplay.
I didn't say that's not the most likely. I just said black will win.
Where is white's counterplay? It's so hard to find because, like you said, counterplay is all about pawn breaks, pawn movements, and it looks like black's the one with the most flexibility here.
Maybe one day white will capture on e5.
Well, rook has been lined up on the D line,
King
so
F7.
preempting and opening up of the D file
King f7.
on the board. And can you try
I
to...
think the e5 eventually one day will come.
I was just going to say, and I wish I had that the
Knight
knight jumps to
C4.
c4, because you also have to watch out if you were to ever go e4, which I know you will not, but I just want to point out that there are certain tactics that black has to take care of.
Yeah, show it.
Maybe I'll show it. You know, you want to place your pawns on the opposite color of your own bishop, but always watch out for these tricks
Yeah,
that
but you
exist
show
with the
this
knight.
only because you want to prove it that your h2 bishop is not so bad.
What about the h2 bishop? Don't remember you saying anything about it, Judith. This is the bishop that Judith is highlighting, and it is the key advantage here, that it is out of the game. It's kind of staring into a granite wall
At
here.
the same time, of course, knight on c4 stands very well, and h2 bishop this time is not so bad because puts pressure on e5.
Oh, I never thought I'd hear you say that in this game. But Judith, your idea of just getting the king into
King
the game.
e6, yeah.
Because you really want to provoke white to go d5,
Yes,
right?
and then I go back and I'm happy. King e6, d5 going back, and then knight f6 or knight c5, even better.
Yes.
And after d5,
Yes. Let's just say it, because we haven't said it all along. After d5, the bishop on h2.
thank you.
will not be a happy piece, but we are getting moves, and black decided to get the rook to the 7th rank, perhaps eyeing a doubling up on the E line, and white plays a slow move, keeping the tension.
Yeah, king g2, very sensible move. Pieces
we
are
see
quite well for white.
The doubling up
Yeah,
happened,
bishop
Judith.
g3 coming out.
Very
h4.
nice, taking away
Yeah.
the square.
Well, maybe white will go f3.
But after f3, then you're always kind of thinking about ideas of trade, and the
Yeah,
e3
trade
pawn
takes.
slightly weak.
I mean, I would rather play it probably with black,
Yes.
but it shouldn't be a big problem for white. I just rather play it with black. Maybe h5 next. I want to provoke the
Ooh.
exchange. Knight a3, regrouping it to b5.
So now targeting another weak pawn on c7. Well, not a weak pawn, but the one target that you can create here.
h5.
I think after h5, you'll go knight b5. Oops, wonky arrow.
Okay. Yeah, it's an interesting idea to regroup it to b5. Knight b8, look at that.
It's a game of maneuvering. So the rook from the 7th rank now defends this pawn, and the black knight can come to the center of the board. Black really wants white to go d5.
But white will not go d5.
I wonder if... Oh, Judith!
h5.
It's on the board.
But eventually d5 will really happen on the board. Because if
again-
d5, because now black cannot take with the bishop, you can, but still exchanging the bishop, and rook cannot take because the c7 is attacked.
Yes.
So now if you look at it in the last two moves, white improved enormously the knight position. Knight became very active on b5 and the passive knight on b8.
And I love this last move by white, because now you have to watch out, Judith. If you trade on b4, this pawn can be a dangerous passer in the position, opening up the c line. And if you don't trade, then white can be the one who picks up on the a5 and then double up on the b line. Now this is a game. You know, Judith, I'm going to say it. I wouldn't mind being white here.
I agree.
Oh my gosh, this is...
I gave you a surprise answer, right?
This is getting into danger territory, and it's simply because of this a pawn, which can be a passer.
And bishop d6 in the air.
We pointed this out about 5 years ago.
Yes. Though the knight on c6 is attacking both of the pawns b4 and d4, so it's kind of tricky.
Actually, this is a big threat right now, because you can't go rook b1 because d4 is hanging. So how are you defending this pawn? Is bishop d6 a possibility right now?
Definitely it's something to try out, and maybe it's the best move, to be honest.
Okay,
Rook
instead,
c1.
I like it. I like it because this is a weak point.
Yeah, knight takes and knight c7, right?
Yes. So knight takes where firstly is the big question.
d4.
The central pawn.
Yeah.
And then I would be very tempted to take, even with the rook, it goes for the other pawn. And I'm just wondering now, is it a big decision that do you take with the knight or the rook?
I would take with the knight.
Hit the rook and hit the pawn on d6.
And then go back to b5.
Yes. And after knight takes pawn, I think black is forced to put the rook on d8.
No, I love this idea, knight a3, knight b5. It was very good.
Yes, to reroute the
Very
knight. Targeting the c7 pawn, which now has been picked up, and the d6 is a big... And Judith, you remember that bishop on h2?
When it was on h2, it was bad, but now it's on g3.
Now it's on g3, it's a brand new bishop now. And that could be the key piece, because d6 is a huge weakness.
Well, this was the issue. If the black pawn on e5 disappears, then it's active. But until the moment it was the pawn was on e5,
Yes.
it was not something to be proud of.
Absolutely not. And it was a big pawn chain that white was
What
staring
about
at.
f4?
And white actually targeted the base of that pawn chain. And that's the best way to get to it with this knight b5. And Judith, you're pointing out f4? And I'm
Yeah.
wondering, I mean, I'm guessing you didn't mean white f4.
No, before, instead of rook d7.
Oh, that
Still
was...
for black.
But instead, we are seeing quick moves, Judith, with the players touching a
Yes.
1 minute...
White played rook c6 and the knight took.
Can we do a quick action replay of that? What just happened? A one-move blunder.
Yeah, it's not mate in one.
It's
But
as
it's,
bad as mate in one.
Rook in one.
It's rook in one. I like that terminology. That's very well put. That's rook in one. And let's just show that one more time. In this position, we were discussing about how white is the one in driver's seat.
But look at that, where DragonChess is standing.
DragonChess is on second position because black team Maglat blundered a rook in one, as Judith just called it. Judith, do you think this was a mouse slip and they wanted to play rook to c7?
No, I think they just...
A mind slip.
Blackout.
And rook c6, and after knight takes rook.
Well, it would be a great move if that damn rook knight on b4 would be not standing there.
I am absolutely shook right now. Once again, rook c6 and knight takes c6, and with that big win, team DragonChess, who were on last position after after the puzzle battle, are on second place. Going
but
into
I
the
knew
bullet.
that this is the strongest part for them. And look at that.
And is that because this is a husband-wife combination, Judith, and you feel they have the best synergy, the best chemistry?
I don't know. Well, first of all, they were lucky at some point, but they are also very strong. They're both very strong, actually. I mean, Miguel was so for decades being the #1 top Spanish grandmaster. I played with him tons of times. He was playing with Kasparov and all the big guys in the big tournaments like Linares and Dos Hermanas in Madrid. So he has a lot of experience working together with Kramnik. So he has extreme experience. And they are actually, most of the players are from everybody representing their countries in Olympiads also. So they have huge experience, but it was amazing.
This is, I mean, I am, Judith, you're talking about amazing. What we've witnessed has also been absolutely amazing. I mean, what a close battle this is going to be. We've got Team Mighty Fox who are kind of running away. And right now the big question is, can anyone catch up with the Mighty Fox? But then a really close crowd there with 6 points and 5 points. And we're going into madness territory.
Absolutely, absolutely. Bullet chess, even though they get 1 second per move, but the starting time is not fun.
It's a lot of fun for us and a lot of fun for everyone watching.
And of course, for someone who is going to be winning it, it will be fun, but it will be very stressful.
It's going to be incredibly stressful as we go into the final segment of the triathlon. It is Bullet coming up next. 1 minute with a 1 second increment. Right now, the Mighty Fox with a mighty 3-point lead, but anything can happen as they all play against each other. One more time, lot of points up for grabs, and we are here in a beautiful, beautiful Budapest, as we can see, where the Global Chess Festival is happening. And we will be back after this short break for all the bullet action.
That little girl is 8 and she's the strongest chess player of either sex in the world of her age. And she's just beaten me, and I'm an ex-British champion.
On a school day I would probably take an hour in the morning for chess, and then I would come back from school at around 4, and then I think I would do chess again up till like 8, 9 stuff, and then I would go to bed.
Typical day for me. Get up, have breakfast, go out, stagger out with my broken leg to the paper shop to get the papers, meet up with people for lunch or dinner, and in the evening I often play bridge matches. Well, my father taught me when I was about 8 or 9, and I read all the chess books in the Chelsea Public Library, and I got very interested.
One of my dad's friends was throwing away some stuff during COVID, and then inside there was a chessboard, and I was curious about the pieces, so then I watched videos on YouTube and Chess Kid, and I started learning.
I'm not thinking I'm going to suddenly improve and be back in the England team. No, I just do it for enjoyment.
I think my main goal is to become a grandmaster and then probably become women's world champion as well.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
October is here, and so are some familiar faces. Martin learned chess just to play with his kids, and occasionally the family dog. A workaholic, Philip hopes chess will help him relax before he works his fingers to the bone. Laura the librarian loves to learn, and has recently developed a penchant for spell chess. An aspiring influencer and self-proclaimed meme queen, Isla can be a monster on the board when she puts her mind to it. Paul Morphy's undying genius lives on to this day through his immortal opera game. Just your average old bots, nothing else to see here. Play them all on chess.com.
That's the parliament.
Welcome back, everyone. Bullet Chess is coming up, and we are live from the beautiful city of Budapest. We see the Parliament building there, the stunning Danube River running across, and the stunning bridges of Budapest. But can anyone bridge the gap in the scoreline right now, Judith, as the Mighty Fox are ahead with a 3-point lead? But it's a bullet event now, the final of the triathlon. And in every segment, we've got a 2-point to fight for the teams, because we will have the male players play and then the ladies in action. So a lot of points up for grabs.
Exactly. This is what we are going to be witnessing, full of tension and stress. And of course, probably now, Zsóka and Ferenc, they feel the pressure that we are so close. After 2 parts, 2 segments of the event, we are there, even though there was a few mistakes and the big drama, blundering my team won. But they recovered, you see, I told you.
They recovered.
Champions show their skill.
They're showing their skill and their mental strength, and that's what Bullet Chess will be about, and speed and mouse skills. And keeping that stamina going, $4,000 for the top prize on the line here, Judith. Everything to play for, and this is our current standings. Let's remind everyone, for each of the teams, there are 2 points in every matchup on the line. So again, anything can happen. Team DragonChess, that was at the bottom of the leaderboard after the puzzle battle, finds itself in 2nd place after a phenomenal showing in the Blitz Tandem.
Well, absolutely. We are going to see. Wow! Look at the board. 2 points ahead.
2
So what do you
points
think?
ahead.
Who will win? Will be there some more drama that, let's say,
100%. This is Bullet. The middle name, although Bullet doesn't really have a last name, but I would say that it's like Bullet equals drama. Yeah. I am expecting some big turnarounds in this one, and of course, for Team Mighty Fox, their fate is in their hands. If they can keep the momentum, if they can keep scoring, of course, no one can stop them. But this is Bullet. Anything can happen. And Judith, do you think for Team Crazylandia with David and Alessia. Alessia is a streamer. She's playing so much Bullet online all the time. Do you think that's going to be a bit of an advantage?
Oh, definitely it is. And we shouldn't talk about David, right?
Oh my
I mean,
gosh.
David, if someone is an expert, he is definitely the world top 5 players in Bullet, I believe.
He's on ChessCom playing Bullet all the time. And I think that is a point that they are relying on. It is going to come to their ladies board. Can Alessia get those points in? Because if she can, we can see some leapfrogging in the standings. But Judith, Bullet Chess, anything can happen. 2 games per team, so there are 2 points up for grab, and this is going to be with a 1 second increment, but that's not enough time to build on. It's barely enough time to make a move.
Basically, if you have a queen up and you want to give checkmate, this is what is the extra 1 second that probably you will be able to give a checkmate.
So every time the players make a move, they get an additional second on the clock. And the first matchup that we are starting with is David Howell from Team Crazylandia taking on Miguel Illescas. And it is going to be quite a battle. David, a huge favorite in this one.
Oh, definitely. It will be a huge surprise if Miguel can survive. But you never know.
It's
never
Bullet.
know. I mean, things turned on their way, right?
They absolutely do, Judith. And I think for David and Alessia, it's also as much of an inner game and an inner battle as much as on the board right now. They looked so good going into the tandem, but then a couple of difficult decisions, and they find themselves in a 3rd position right now. It is Team DragonChess. It is Miguel who is currently in 2nd position with 6 points, just 2 points behind Team Mighty Fox. So a huge game coming up. It's Bullet time.
Oh, yeah. Just in seconds, we're going to be seeing the game started.
And this is so much about speed. So much about speed.
Intuition.
Intuition.
Mouse.
Mouse.
And mouse slip.
Mouse and mouse slips. I love it. I think that summarizes Bullet Chess for you. And look at David. He is leaning forward, ready to go. We will have the first moves.
Again, I can say that it's like the car race and
it's
the flag
time to go. Wow, just any second we will be starting. And Judith, I think for Miguel, I wonder if he managed to get any bullet practice in.
I guess he did.
Yeah.
I guess he did. He did. I'm not sure he was happy with the result if he's not accustomed to do that frequently, but I'm pretty sure he did.
He's a very strong grandmaster, right? He's a very strong player, but Bullet goes so much beyond strength. It's about practice. It's about how much Bullet that you've played.
I'm not sure I ever played.
Really? I feel like there was this traditional knowledge that actually Bullet is not a good way to improve at your chess. What do you think about that, Judith? It's so much fun and it's changed so much.
We have a game started.
Ooh, we do have action on the board, and now it's really Bullet time, Judith.
We get back to this question.
We get back to it. Is Bullet good for chess or not? Well, it's great for entertainment. And we see, so far, I'm just taking the position in. Material is level. David Howell playing on seconds? Judith,
what has happened? What has happened?
Were we just talking about how
what is this
David
2 seconds?
is the faster one? 4 seconds? And the position is absolutely
But
fine.
what is 3 seconds for David?
This is the current position. What happened on the clock is a whole different question. Miguel is dominating with his pieces right now, Judith.
Well, the rook exchange was not very wise, but of course it's only seconds on the clock. Very stabilizing white, queen b3.
If there was no 1 second increment, David would have been flagged in this game by now.
Well, still he's in big danger because only 6 seconds.
But with the rooks off the board, the danger has reduced.
Exactly. a4, a5, strengthen the position.
Well, he gets the bishop on the board, on the open diagonal first, looking at play on the king side. Is he going to start pushing the h pawn? The king
King on e4,
Oof.
that looks funny.
It
But
looks...
also it can be in danger. Oh, look at that. Queen on e1, queen h1 check, grabbing the pawn on h3. At the same time, white is going to be giving check on a8. Maybe it's going to be a draw with perpetual check.
And now both players are on the second.
Check.
I think
Check on
David is
A8.
getting ambitious now.
Queen a5.
Queen e8.
King D.
Do you go queen
Ooh.
e8? Goes queen a5
Well.
check.
And look at that. Miguel goes down on time.
Oh my gosh, and it was David Howell who was down by 20 seconds. And that's it. David flags Miguel. David flags Miguel after being the one who was down on the clock, and we see smiles and handshakes there. David almost apologetic for that win, for that flagging. But this is bullet. Flagging is not only allowed, it's encouraged.
Yes, but in this position already he had that advantage. Pawn, extra pawn, another one hanging on g4. But yeah.
What just happened in that game? Because by the time that we joined, Judith, everything was already out of control, and David Howell gets a crucial win for Team Crazylandia, and it's now time for the ladies to step in as Alessia will be taking on Olga. This is an important one for Team DragonChess. Can Olga level the match score?
This is a big question because they are there, right? They are playing for the second place. So to be in the fight. How serious Alessia is. She has the pressure that she has to prove it to David that she's good. She can give that point what is needed at this stage.
Such a crucial point for Team Crazylandia.
Because they want to fight still for the first place, and this is the moment that you cannot prolong your chances anymore. We are on the final phase of this event. This is the third segment of the 3.
It is the final segment, and once again it will be about speed. It was shocking to see David Howell being the one who was playing on seconds against Miguel. I'm still thinking about that.
I just even understand how it's happened.
Yes. And Judith,
Okay.
we've got action on the board in this one, and we start with the queen's pawn opening by Olga.
Very solid, because it's very important, as you said previously, how easy is to play the moves.
This
So,
is key. This
of
is key
course.
for bullet.
You can't think, you have to go after your intuition.
The queen and the bishop have lined up. White does take on d5. Eventually the knight will land to the center of the board, and in bullet you really want to be the one who builds the pressure first.
Interesting that white did not castle yet.
Very aggressive play by Olga.
Exactly.
And you've got to be a little careful. If you trade on e5, you allow the pawn to step in, attacking that knight. And you really don't want to get into that mess. So instead, Alessia strikes in the center, castle
Rook
on the board.
C8.
The rook lined up with the queen moves away.
But knight on e5 is a very important square. Knight d2 will come. f4. I want to go f4. Though knight d4 is tough, but of course it... Oops! Exchange on d7. But maybe d takes c5 and they're taking... Oh, she should take d takes c5 and capture on f6.
And this was a big miss because white had the opportunity
Yeah.
to destroy black's kingside pawn
And then
structure.
queen h5 and attack.
And you're really going for it. And right now she can do it again.
Still.
But she misses it.
Yeah, but she has the idea to go knight e5. And of
it's
course, in bullet,
it's a tunnel
you
vision.
go for... Yeah, but you go for your plan. Stick to that. Very position.
But I really liked what you pointed
Takes
out.
and
That could have
c4,
been
black is better already.
attacks. The queen needs to come back. But you don't pick up d5 because bishop h2 will
Now
be a big
c4.
threat.
c4.
c4 would hit the queen.
But that c6 rook will go on the king's
Judith,
side.
now queen takes pawn is a threat.
That's true. That's true.
An exclamation mark has been avoided. Can you just pick up the pawn now?
That's a pawn.
A pawn is a pawn is a pawn. And black also on 10 seconds right now.
Well, Alessia will not be able to handle this.
Knight
Bishop
can jump
on
to
b6.
e5.
And Alessia is under 10 seconds.
And look at that bishop on b6. I mean, what bishop am I talking about? That's a big pawn on the board.
Exactly. So white just has to play e4, f4, doubling the rook. Also knight's idea, improve the position.
And you're going to lose the c5 pawn. You have to goes ahead, but the rook falls back and there's no way to defend the c5 pawn. Another pawn falls.
It does. Nothing to be done for black.
Just don't go rook d1. Knight e3 is a threat.
No, but the white wants to bishop b2, bishop d4. Look at that stabilization, and then rook c8.
Okay, this is a lovely move. And rook comes to c7 or to c8 to trade off a pair of rooks. And now you can go in with the other rook to the 7th rank.
Things are happening fast, but black is down 2 pawns, and the 2 passed pawns will be just marching ahead.
They will be decisive.
Nobody can stop that.
You can even get your king if you want to join the party, but not required.
You don't have to think. The pawns know their job by itself.
They do. And we see the
They just
A-pawn
go
joining the
forward.
party.
There's no counterattack, no nothing.
Oh,
Though only the time which can be a problem.
This was clinical, and the only person the time is a problem for is Alessia.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting a resignation here. And that's it, Judith. Gets flagged. But what a game by Olga.
Yeah. Very stable. Not at some point she missed the opportunity, but she was very straightforward with her plans. And actually in a bullet game, it makes a lot of sense.
And as you mentioned, it was like a tunnel vision. You have a plan, you make, it's more important to make your moves faster than trying to be super accurate in bullet. And that's what Olga did, and with that levels the match score, as it was David who took the win, and then Olga gets the job done for Team Dragon Chess. And of course, the bullet action continues in our match 2, as we will have Team Mighty Fox in action in the next one.
The leader of the event.
The leader of the event will be taking on Team Maglat, who needs to start climbing up the leaderboard.
And the question is whether they can recover from their blunder, right? That was a rook in 1.
It was a rook in 1. We've also seen a mate in 1 happen in the tournament. So it's been a fun day of chess, and more fun coming up with the players getting ready for the bullet. And it will be first Berkes taking on Gellért in this one, Judith. What are your predictions?
Well, it's going to be a big challenge, very big clash between the 2 Hungarians. The very stable and positional player, number 1 in Hungary, between Ferenc and Gellért, who is very fast. And I'm pretty sure that he played quite some thousands of games online. Of course, not necessarily to improve his chess, but to have fun. But at the same time, sometimes I think it can be useful. For example, if they wouldn't be in training, they wouldn't have such a big chances here to win.
Absolutely. And bullet chess, you need to be a really good player to be good at bullet, because you're relying so much on intuition as well, on your ability to spot things really quickly. So it's a good way to get super sharp. And right
we
now,
have the game running
the players
already.
need to be super sharp.
They have this D4, G3, C4 systems.
Knight jumping to
Fianchetto.
E5.
Yeah, it's all the same with little different
We've
setup,
seen this before.
little modification.
And Berkes with more time than he started with, and I think he wants to line up the rook on the C line. Ooh!
Knight on C6, look at that, how great it is.
You love it.
Yeah, I love it. The knight on C6, ooh.
And you can even go with the other knight to B5.
Ooh. Okay, knight B8 actually it's good, just getting rid of the C6 knight. Definitely. D5, look at this B2 bishop. What a powerful piece it's gonna be. Ooh.
I'm loving Berkes' position right now. You simply take it with the pawn, and even though the knight
Go
is
knight
replaced by the
D5,
pawn,
open up the
it's so
position.
strong.
Queen A4 is also not bad, tying the queen on C8.
So you tie down the queen to defend the bishop, and the queen can always transfer itself to the king side. Right now there might be a threat on E2, and it's defended.
Ferenc will not give up that pawn. Rook D1, he's going to be improving his pieces for the moment.
Rook D1, and queen can
Queen
go to
H4.
H4.
Now it's
I
time
love
to
it.
go over there. Bishop H3, knight D5.
Knight D5 is coming.
Knight D5 is coming.
This bishop is super strong, and it has been stopped with the move bishop to E5, but the bishop doesn't have, and knight D5. You've
Look what
got to go for
powerful.
it.
What happens? Knight D5.
Get rid of the only defended
But
notice.
look these bishops. Look the pawn on C6. Queen on H4 will go to G5. Check is not helping black. King H1 simply.
I think king H1, is he relying on knight G4 and trying to give some more checks, Judith?
But check is a check. That's all.
You mean check is only a check?
Only a check, yeah. E3.
Doesn't even give that chance.
Yeah, actually E3 is just the... King H1 was the most natural move, I must say.
Knight lands on G4 anyway, and can you start threatening checkmate? Checkmate in 1 threatened. The bishop,
Well,
a powerful one. And how
there
do
is
you
no-
fight
no
this,
move.
Judith?
there is no move.
Can you go back with the bishop to F8? Oh, this looks
Bishop h3.
so bad. And
Now
now you
knight
can just
f6,
take.
game over.
Oof. Berkes with a powerful performance in this one.
Ooh.
Oh,
Even watching it, it's painful, right? From the black end.
painful but also beautiful. Rook takes
Bishop
pawn was a
d5
big
checkmate.
threat. That is a stunning checkmate.
That was a brutal one.
I mean, can we just admire this position for white right now with the bishops on the board? What a checkmate by Berkes Ferenc. Can we see him sliding back on the chair? He's got reasons to be pleased with that one. And handshakes. And now it's time for the ladies to get into action.
Wow, that's a brutal end.
Look at the pieces, Judith. All of Black's army is
You see,
tied down
when
on
you
the
see
queen
something
side.
like this, you know that black did something very wrong. It's just not just a bad position and a horrible end. It means that you did very wrong.
And it's 27 moves. In under 30 moves to get this position, deliver a checkmate, you've got to be feeling good after this win. Berkes Ferenc from Team Mighty Fox gets the job done. They have a huge lead of 2 points on the leaderboard. And can Zsóka really intensify their pole position? She takes on Dana. Judith, you know Dana really well. She's a close friend of yours. How are her bullet skills?
I don't know, sometimes I see that she's playing every opportunity where she has. She plays bullet, she's playing blitz, she's giving simuls, right? So she likes these things. And
Dangerous
she's happy
Dana.
to play chess.
And there we see the 16-year-old gal Zsóka, the young talent from Hungary. She is ready to go. She starts with the white pieces for Team Maglat. It is important to get this win in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and it's also very important for DragonChess, for Crazyland, for the other teams. Very important not to win
Yeah.
for Berkes.
I think right
And,
now everyone in the players area, the lounge that we have, is kind of rooting for Dana right now.
Yeah, because then the tournament is still can be exciting. Because if here Zsóka wins, it means it's going to be very difficult to catch them. So what do we see? Of course, very solid game again. Very solid. White is playing. Let's see how it's. They're playing fast. How else?
They're playing fast, and white, I generally tend to like these positions with white because the white knight can land onto d5 in certain positions and put pressure on black.
Bishop h3. I like to exchange the white square bishop.
And we will see that trade happen. But Judith, I still like this for white just a little bit, simply because the knight lands on d5. And you have to watch out for forks on e7, which now has been defended.
Yes, I mean, knight on d5 stands extremely well. Let's see, can white play e3? Black goes to f5 probably. And it will be important for black to go c6.
Big decision
Actually,
here by
suddenly
white.
things are changing.
Well, knight takes pawn is a huge threat coming in with a fork, and you've got to go bishop to e5 to defend it. I don't see another way.
But then knight f6 can be the move. And if you have to take, then the d4 pawn can be problematic. Though
Well-
the e2 pawn is hanging, so it can be equalized.
Takes the e2 pawn
Oh.
immediately. Wow. And Gaál, she's going for initiative here because
And
once the
that's
rooks are
nice.
traded off, knight e7 is a bigger threat than knight takes pawn.
But rook e1, I think it was a mistake for black because rook e7. Oops.
Oops, rook e7 and the attack is coming on.
Rook c7. What a knight on d5.
Well, you take the
What
pawn,
a-
and I think black has to start pushing the d pawn, just hoping for a miracle, Judith.
Well, yeah, exactly. Only miracle can save her. Because
Oh.
after d3, queen e3 possible, just grabbing the pawn.
A bishop to e5 was a big threat, but Gaál is just going pawn hunting right now.
Queen f3, very solid. No, knight f6.
And black's queen just not able to find its way into the game.
Rook d7, next takes, rook d7, c pawn is going to queen.
And you can even just go a3. and defend.
a3.
Oh. Oh, and 10 seconds for Dana. Zsóka is in driver's seat. c5, you could go, picks up the other pawn as well.
Well, as we say, these pawns go by themselves to queen.
Yes, we did see that happen earlier as well. Two connected passers are really a chess player's best friend.
Yeah, we all love them.
And you can start pushing the pawns. Go b6, go c5, get your king in.
Look, the king is coming. It's just taking the time.
4 seconds for Dana, and the pawns are rolling up the board.
Yeah, these are the most painful situations when you have no counter chance at all.
Yes. And black trying to do something on the king side, but not even a passer, and that is it. Zsóka takes the point, and with that,
How convincingly she did.
such a convincing win. Mighty Fox get 2 points in their first bullet brawl.
Well, this is, and very convincingly.
Very convincing matchup there, and we're getting ready for our,
I mean, what a 2 game, right?
yeah,
I mean, it was,
incredible performance by the Mighty Fox.
yeah, no questions. Wow, they are having 10 points, 3-point lead.
These are the standings, a 3-point lead with that win, 2 points for Team Mighty Fox as they took down Team Maglat on both the boards. The action does continue, and we will have Team Crazylandia back in action against Team Maglat. Judith, another big one coming up.
Well, for David, they basically they have to punch back, bounce back, and there is no way to wait, right? I mean, and for everybody, they have to win. Only for Mighty Fox, they are having this lead that it's not a must win, but they are getting closer and closer and closer. Less and less game to be played already.
Well, Team Mighty Fox, Judith, have got 2 more matches coming up, so 4 points up for grabs. I think for the other teams, their task is clear. They need to go 2-0 against them.
Exactly. But it means that the must-win situation, winning on demand, is never easy, though there is not much pressure because 1 minute.
1 minute, and there's not much time to think about other things.
Yes.
You just go and you just
Go
make your
for it.
moves. You just go for it.
Exactly.
And there we see our standings. Team Mighty Fox with a mighty lead at 10 points. We've got Team DragonChess with 7 points. A clear 1-point lead ahead of Team Crazylandia, who will be fighting it out against Team Maglat, who's currently at the bottom of the leaderboard. It is must win for all these 3 teams fighting to catch up the Mighty Fox.
Getting ready for the next fight.
David Howell getting ready for his matchup against Gellért. It is so important to win both games for both these teams, and we will have action. We've got moves on the board.
Not many games with e4.
Which is slightly surprising.
Yeah, but I think it's okay. White has d4 is also not a bad move.
E4 best by test. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I completely understand that the players are playing d4. Besides that, of course, if that's your repertoire, you're not going to change it necessarily. Though for bullet, of course, you can change it, but it makes more sense that you play the opening which you know the most.
Yes, it's you want to be familiar with the position so that the moves and the plans flow faster. Right now, the moves are flowing faster, but black has a glaring weakness in the position, the d6 pawn. Meanwhile, white's pawn structure is extremely healthy. The knight, once again from c3, can jump to d5, trying to get that bishop pair as well.
It's a very nice position to play with white. f5 is attacking move, but actually bishop on a7, it's just a pawn, you know. You can't stop it. Bishop on f3 is just controlling everything. Practically, there is no chance for black. Bishop d5, exchanging the white square bishop. Knight e4, knight d5. And so black has a bad opening.
Bad opening, down a pawn right now. There were no ideas of trapping the bishop because the white knight could have jumped to a4, winning that pawn. So that wasn't a possibility for
Bishop
black.
h3 is something that white has to be looking after.
But now it's so difficult for a piece to join the attack with the queen. The only thing is that you have to watch, now no more sacrifices, but I know you wanted the rook f5, rook g5 checkmate.
Well, now probably black will try to play g5 and g4, but obviously if white plays not even extremely accurately, the game should be completely lost for black. I would go queen e2. Queen e2, bishop g4 to control that white squares.
You wanted to trade the bishop, white trades another pair of bishop, gets that dark square bishop on d4, trying to get rid of the bishop on e5 and wanting to trade on white's terms. You really want black to take on d4.
But it's interesting that David is playing slower than the opponent, right? Again, he's behind in time. On the board, the position itself is great. And white is going to be just simply doubling the rooks, rook e2, rook e1. And the e5 pawn would be attacked by both rooks.
And desperation here by Gellért, trying to create something, but this is the need of the hour. You need to do this in these kind of positions to create a mess on the board, but queen e5 comes with a check.
Yes, but after that, rook g7 was the plan, but now with 2 pawns up, it is very clear that David has to be converting his 2 pawns, extra 2 pawns, and with such an experience.
And he's going to do it technically. I mean, he just cuts off the king first, and now white's king marches up. The rook on the second rank is defending all the pawns, and white just wants to get on with the king. And then
that's the story. That's how it goes.
And
that's the storyline.
Just take the h3 pawn.
Well, of course, Gellért is fighting, but it's not going to be enough. Rook c2, what a professional move.
Stopping the rook to come to c3.
Having the rook behind the pawn.
Amazing. Just nicely technically converted. And that is it. David Howell takes the point for Team Crazylandia. Nice win there.
Yeah.
Good technique in a rook pawn endgame.
Clear cut.
Absolutely. And we see handshakes there, Judith. And once again, it will be Alessia who will take on Dana this time. So a big matchup coming up for both these teams. And can Team Crazylandia get a 2-point victory?
Well, it's a must. It's a must, definitely. That, and also for Alessia, she is not in good form for the moment. So it's about time to show her skills and to show how it's done in a bullet when there is a win on demand.
But it's so easy in bullet when you're not feeling the form to go a bit on tilt, Judith. It's kind of difficult to come out of it.
Of course, and things are happening so fast that you can barely recover and understand what has just happened.
Exactly, right? And we see handshakes there. Dana and Alessia are ready to go. A very important match, especially for Team Crazylandia, who've got 1 victory in. A loss would mean a level match score. But if they get 2 points in this one, then they're in the race for that top position.
Exactly, and of course the race can be very difficult from psychological point more.
You know, you were saying we haven't seen e4. I'm wondering if we'll see e4 right now, the king's pawn opening.
Let's see if we're going to see that.
We haven't seen it so far today in the triathlon. And it's on the board, Judith.
No, we saw the same thing, f4.
Yes, the
f4,
opening that you
the drama game, the first drama game for Alessia and David.
And now we see a little bit of a switch up from the 3 pawns attack.
Little change.
Little change, but still full control of the center.
Oh, look at that, how Dana is playing so fast, 1 minute still. It seems like she has practice in bullet.
Taking the lead on the clock, putting pressure on the central pawn. White defends it, black goes for king safety. White also gets the king to safety.
Oof. Very solid, rock solid set up by white.
But you need to make a move, and I like it. Just keep it simple, develop your pieces, keep your pieces connected. What white wants to do is trade off the dark squared bishops. Just move this rook.
D5,
Whoa!
What an active move. Probably white will capture on d5.
Yeah, because if you go e5, then black wants
e4.
to plant the knight on e4. A big decision for Alessia right now. But
yes.
She can't afford too much time on this.
Well, her time is ticking, losing lots of seconds.
And it's not pleasant because if you take on d5, you're also inviting black's knight to take on d5. Also, the bishop can take on d5, threatening the knight on f3.
Bishop f4 I like.
Attacking the queen, so forcing the queen to move. Queen b6 would be a move that I would be tempted to make.
And it's also good to ask questions from your opponent. If you do that in many moves continuously, there is a great chance that your opponent fails to react the best way.
Absolutely. Keep putting pressure, asking questions, and the clock is level right now. Big pawn moves being made, but pawn moves means more weaknesses.
Well, e takes f6. Now the structure is completely different.
White is threatening to grab a central pawn, Judith.
Can g5 be played?
Ooh, and the bishop almost trapped here. Well, I think knight takes knight was a threat in the position.
White goes passive.
Had to create a square for the bishop.
Well, but you know, maybe he takes f6. I wouldn't like to take it. f5. Well, not f5. g5 is hanging.
And now you have to kind of trade the knights, no? Because the white knight is looking at jumps here on these light squares.
Well, queen e6 probably, covering the f5 square. It's very important. Knight g3. What about the f5 square now? Bishop f5.
Ooh!
Oops. Time.
And Dana was flagged. And we see the players, and even Dana, I think, didn't realize that she got
Surprise.
flagged.
And Alessia had only 4 seconds.
And Judith, we see it there. She
Yeah.
completely forgot about the clock.
Yeah.
And this happens. And we see there the players, once the game is over, they're friends off the board.
Well, they
Wow.
are getting more tired. I mean, they are playing already for 3 hours.
But this was such a big win for Alessia and such an important one for Team
And a must
Crazylandia.
victory.
Absolutely, because now they get 2 points, so they go up on the leaderboard. But for Dana, she had the position under control and completely lost track of time. And this happens in Bullet.
Yeah, you don't have time to think
About the
really,
time.
like what to play, h6 or f5, queen d6. No, no way.
There's no time to think at all, and we've got no time to think at all as the next game will be coming up. Let's quickly take a look at our standings. Team Mighty Fox still maintains their lead with 10 points. Team Crazylandia with a big 2-0 victory against Team Maglat puts them in second place, and we will have Miguel and Olga from Team DragonChess taking on the Mighty Fox. And Judith, this is a decider. If Mighty Fox takes down Team DragonChess, they win the first ever Global Chess Festival Triathlon.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a big match. The pressure is on them. So they can practically win already. That's, yeah. So this is a decisive matchup.
Their fate is in their hands right now. They can wrap it up. All they need to do is keep up the form that they've been showing.
And they would collect the $4,000.
They would collect the $4,000, and we see Berkes Ferenc, their grandmaster, Miguel now on our screen. He knows what he needs to do to keep the field open. You've got to take this point. And for Team Mighty Fox, it comes down to this matchup. They have been the best team so far in the puzzle battle, keeping up with the scoreline in the tandem chess, taking that 3-point big margin and going into Bullet. Some big victories we saw by Zsóka and Berkes. What do you think? What do you think, Judith? Can we see a big upset in this one? Can Team DragonChess do it?
Well, I would put my bet on Ferenc because I've seen that the way they were focused and the nice victory he just had against Gellért, it was so convincing. So somehow the mindset is very, very right for Ferenc and the Mighty Fox team.
But look at the speed with which Miguel is playing. He's about a minute on the clock, keeping the clock as level as he can, while Berkes more time than what he started with. And we see that White already has a bishop pair, but it's a closed position. And right now the dark squared bishop is still finding a way into the game.
But these are the kind of positions with Berkes that if he would be sleeping and snoring, also he would be able to put out the pieces.
And now you can just trade everything on e4 and bring the other knight on f6 and hit the queen on e4. First gets the queen
Okay,
out.
rook d3. Nah, you see, this is typical. He goes queen e3 exchange, I would go rook g3, rook d3, rook g3.
Oh, I would love to see that. You won the rook lift, you won the attack on the king side, and now this is a good knight versus, well, I wouldn't say a bad bishop, but this knight on e4, Judith,
But
quite
look
a
at that,
monster.
56 seconds for Miguel. He's like he decided, you see, he made the decision. I have to play fast. No matter what I do, I just move it.
Yes, but the position, Berkes completely in control right now. This knight and monster on the board, and the pawns are moving forward, keeping all the pawn breaks with black. Judith, I'm really liking Berkes' position right now.
It's great. I mean, I would take black's position.
And he fixes, and look at that bishop. How black has placed every single pawn on the light squares. No targets for a white's bishop on e1.
No place.
It's just moving around. Bishop a5, bishop e1.
But what, do they want to make a draw? What do you mean?
Whoa! And we see a repetition and draw by repetition.
They have 44 seconds each. What are the chances of that?
It's level on the clock, it's level on the scoreline, and we see some laughters there. Judith, I think for Berkes, this was a decision based on the tournament situation. He says it's a draw, they get half a point for this, and the next one, we will see Zsóka take on Olga, and that's going to be a big, big battle. I'm trying to think, is there a favorite there?
The first draw.
And in a bullet, you don't often get to see draws, no?
With Berkes, it does. You do.
All right, well, we are getting ready for the second match between Mighty Fox and DragonChess. It is going to be Zsóka against Olga. Both players have played fantastic bullet. Judith, is there a favorite in that one?
Well, I'm rooting for Zsóka.
Yes.
I must say that I liked very much the way they bounced back after the drama game, self-made team won. So I think they are very much concentrated and they are very much doing very well as a team.
Doing really well as a team. And for Mighty Fox, if Zsóka gets this win, I think, Judith, for all practical reasons, we'll have to check if mathematically it's possible for a team to overtake them, but I think they'll be so close to the title.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer to the end of the event, and Zsóka knows it, that she has to be very fast. She's very focused.
Extremely focused. It's go time, and Olga goes for the queen's pawn opening.
But you see, they're getting faster and faster because they're just not thinking. They know that one thing is for sure, that they can't afford thinking.
It's bullet. You can barely afford thinking. You need those extra seconds for those critical moments that will arise. So the opening stages has to be bulleted out. And we see a bit of a tension in the center. And black blinks first.
Knight e5. We've seen so many knights on e5 today already.
And
F4.
And we've seen so many F4s as well already today. And the knight
but the e4 square is a hole in the position for white.
And which is why white develops the knight. It can also come on to f3 and ideas of knight g5 that we saw. But instead, white goes queen to f3. Can black take on c4?
Well, it was a possibility, but now that white reached the square h3 with the queen,
bring the knight, Judith.
I think that's it's going to be a difficult situation for black.
I like white's
and Olga
position.
maybe going to score.
Well, Olga's done everything right so far. That's what it looks like. Can you just take on e4 and go knight g5?
And some knight f7 stuff?
Ooh, knight f7.
Knight f7.
But Judith, this threatens a mate in one, and f7 is hanging as well.
Yeah.
Oof. Olga Alexandrova, can she take down Zsóka? And with that, take down the team Mighty Fox. This is a winning position for white.
Oh, absolutely. But still, of course, black has to fight. Queen g3.
And the job still needs to be done. I like it, putting up the pressure on g5. But I love this move. You open up the bishop. Maybe we might see knight to h8 at some point.
Knight d7, knight f6.
And knight comes back to e5.
f5. f5.
Give a check on e5.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. And watch out, the king can't go to, you can pick up the g6 pawn, you can pick up the h5 pawn, you can give a mate on h8. All right, there's a check.
Okay, d4. What do you think?
I'll take on h5, Judith.
After d4 you don't.
After d4 I don't, and after d takes c4 I don't.
But you go f5.
And now you take on h5, but the bishop on b2, you first have to probably trade.
Trading and queen h5 and then f6.
Wow. And let's take a look at the players, Judith. Oh, 8 seconds. 3 seconds now for Zsóka.
But the position is a much bigger
It's
problem
completely
than
lost.
time.
And queen e7 check. Gives the rook comes into the party. Queen h5. I mean, this has to be checkmate. Knight g6.
Well, this was it. Nice performance by Olga.
What a fantastic win there. Just keeping the tournament alive. And
Yes.
Olga Alexandrova gets the job done, taking down the mighty
But for
Zsóka.
Ferenc, he shouldn't make a draw.
And you know,
He
we
should
know.
play it out.
And the goddess of chess, Kaisa, she's not happy with these draws, Judith. And we see it is Team DragonChess who takes down Team Mighty Fox. And that is our scoreline. 10.5 points for the Mighty Fox, 8.5 points for DragonChess. Team Crazylandia right behind, hot on heels at 8 points. Team Maglat looks like they're out of the competition.
Yes, exactly. For them, they made too many inaccuracies and mistakes and blunders in the last second half of the event. So we still a big fight in the front.
And we have a big matchup coming up, as it will be the Mighty Fox taking on the Crazylandia team. Judith, we will see Berkes against David, and Zsóka will play against Alessia.
Well, basically, this game can make things go on the end of it, because we might see a winner of the tournament already after this. It will be difficult to save if things go on the way of Ferenc and Zsóka, then Mighty Fox team can be a winner.
Yes, and for things to go Mighty Fox's way, all they need is a draw. Because they're currently, Judith, with a 2-point lead, 10.5 points. If they get even half a point in, they become uncatchable. But actually, yes, I think they need only a draw in this next match.
Yeah, maybe. That if they don't make a draw,
then anything can happen. Then it's wide open. So for Team Crazylandia, they need to get a 2-0 win. First, David needs to beat Berkes, and then Alessia needs to win against
no, but actually,
Zsóka.
David, they cannot win because no, with one draw is just completely won because they are Crazylandia. They are 2.5 points behind.
They're crazy. They're 2.5 points behind, but they need to still win to make sure that the field remains wide open. With just a draw, Mighty Fox takes the triathlon.
Yes.
So it all comes down to this, and everyone currently is probably rooting for Team Crazylandia and hoping that they get this win in for a chance at the first spot. Berkes Ferenc, he needs only a draw to secure tournament victory.
Ferenc needing only a draw. You can't ask for more for him to complete this mission.
But he's playing against David Howell.
Exactly, and it's a bullet.
And it's a bullet. David's going to go all out, and he is a favorite on paper. Let's see, the action has started, and it's Black's knight that lands on the center of the board first.
Black has a good and active position, but of course, Ferenc is an expert in these kind of very stable positions. Knight h4, rook c1, simplify the position.
Takes an e4. Black does have a threat of jumping in with this knight to b4, trying to take advantage of some light square weaknesses.
And David is thinking.
David has been surprisingly
What
slow.
happened?
Although he has been getting the points in,
Yes.
so we can't complain.
Yes, that's true.
And queen to d2, and look at that.
I like the queen on a6.
Yes,
This diagonal is powerful. For
light
Black.
squares.
Oh, knight a5, look at that.
Creating some weaknesses for white, and do not go for a repetition, David.
No, he knows he can't.
Knight a5 would be Berkes' dream right now. But then how do you keep the game going? That's the other big question.
Well, just move something.
Anything else? Any other move? And you want to double up on the
I mean,
C
to
line.
win with Black against Berkes, you don't have too many bigger challenges than that.
And look at the clock, Judith. Almost a minute. Berkes has the same amount of time that he started with. He's just trading off everything off the board.
He makes it boring, but they want to win.
I mean,
The competition.
Yeah.
Look at David's face. He's
Our
so upset.
boring is Team Mighty Fox's
Of
practical chances.
Yeah.
And we see, and that's it. There's no way for Black King to find itself close to
Yeah,
the
you see,
A-pawn.
for Ferenc, I mean, 52 seconds. If he needs a draw, it's a joke.
And for David, how does he find his chances? And now Ferenc just keeps all his pawns on the light squares, taking away any chance. The only thing to watch out for is to not allow Black's king
Look,
on
he's
A5.
smiling already, Berkes. Like, probably thinks, okay, how do you want to win this?
But Judith, I'm telling you, David's going to play this out till the end. You know, I don't know how he tricks him. I don't know if he can ever trick him. But we're going to see this game being played out. Oh, I can see the determination on David. Are they repeating?
No, come on.
No, you never
way.
repeat.
Triangulation in D7, King C7. But I don't know how you can play F4.
14.
So what do you think? What do you think?
I mean, mean, white has put all the pawns on the dark
But
squares.
what can you do with black? King e2, king d3.
Gosh, how do you break? How do you break this position? You just don't is the answer. And David is frustrated. David is so frustrated. He wants to get h6 in. But white can, just don't go h4 because then you've got a target. Just don't go h4.
h6.
Well, he's created something, Judith.
Bishop f6, bishop h4. Oh, h5? What is h5?
And now that... And we see the players play. And David's got a smile now. David's got a smile. He knows he's done everything. But Berkes is such a wall. And that
We
is
have
it.
a winner.
We have the winner of the first ever Global Chess Festival Triathlon. Impossible to catch up now with Team Mighty Fox. Oh,
Ah,
what a performance by them.
Well-
Getting the job done.
understandable that they were very much precise. No, they wanted to win when they knew that it's the final games. Then, okay, let's go for it. Win the tournament, even if it's like such a boring game. It's the most boring game we had.
But it's unbelievable. In a bullet, to shut down the action and to get a draw so easily, it just shows Berkes' strength in these kind of tournament situations.
Exactly. I mean, for him making a draw, it's no big deal with white.
But the action continues because there's a fight for second place, Judith. And while the
Exactly.
Mighty Fox have taken a mighty lead and cannot be caught up on, it is still a lot to play for as we see Zsóka against
Zsóka is
Alessia. She knows the big job is done. There's no pressure now on her. She can enjoy this bullet game. Finally, we see the smile on the face. And Alessia saying, I don't know if Alessia's congratulated her yet or not, but I think it's still going to be a big fight. And the players still want to finish on a high, want to win the game, and it's action time.
h6, look at that.
And you don't need to rush in recapturing this pawn because black really cannot defend it, but now you need to take it because e5 was a threat. Black does get a control over the center.
Yes, but white is going to be playing c4, and the fianchetto bishop is always powerful.
Had to
Knight
defend
c3.
the pawn, the knight lands up, and you push d4, but then you really allow bishop c6 with a check, so there's no chance to go d4.
Knight b5, knight d4. One fianchetto bishop is blocked, but the other one opened up.
The other one, a powerful one. Alessia keeps the bishop pair. And white threatening a big check on c7. You've got to go short castle, but then a white anyway lands on c7.
But I'm not sure I like to grab that bishop on e6. Maybe I'd rather have the knight on d4 blockading.
Really nice post for the knight on d4. Well, why is Alessia thinking so much? She's down by 30 seconds on the clock. What happened?
No other move. Castle.
You've got a castle. And knight d4 lands, but she wasted about 30 seconds on that.
Yeah.
And
I
the-
would just leave it on e6, you know, queen d7.
Trying to control the c6 square, but really the clock is a big problem, while white can simply go queen to d2, get the rook to d1, centralize the pieces, easier moves to play. Rook comes to c1 now.
Queen a5.
Ooh, threatening rook. Landing on the 7th rank.
Rook c8, only move, I guess. Oops.
Come in with the queen.
Yeah.
Very pleasant to play with white, and Alessia down to under 10 seconds.
Well, Alessia is thinking so long.
And now do you trade on b7, or she starts with pushing the bishop out?
a3, b4. Keeping the tension.
And maybe the knight will fall back, open up the bishop. Alessia puts pressure on the e2 pawn, but not for long. Can you go knight to b3?
That's a nice idea, but white can go queen f4 or queen e5 also to make space for the rook.
Keep the pressure. I like that.
Oh, 2 seconds for Alessia. Not much hope.
The a7 pawn was under attack, defends it.
Bishop e5. No, bishop f6. Simplify. Very clear cut. Knight d4. Knight f5. e3. Look at that. Stabilizing.
And the bishop will land on f1. The a6 pawn is weak. The rook has the open line. You can trade if you want. The knight is attacked, so you need to make a move. And now 7 seconds
And
for
Zsóka goes
Zsóka.
down on time also. Knight c6.
Trying to create a passer on the queen side. Ooh, and now this pawn just marches through, Judith.
Well, not easy. But the king is coming, trying to save black.
And now this king will go all the way to the dark squares and start winning the pawns.
Not much fun for black.
Bishop d7, bishop c8, bishop b7. And this looks like game over. Alessia going down on the clock and is flagged. Zsóka Gaál gets the job done for the Mighty Fox in style.
Yeah, huge victory for them.
Big congratulations to Team Mighty Fox, who are now in an unsurmountable lead. What a performance by them in all 3 segments of the triathlon.
Oh, absolutely. They gave a very good fight. It seemed like they were very much ready in their mindset to go all the way in every part and segment of the event.
In every part and segment of the event, and we go into the very last part of the event. It is the fight for the 2nd place, and it will be between Team DragonChess and Team Maglat as they play against each other. Team Crazylandia, David and Alessia right now rooting for Team Maglat to beat the DragonChess, because if DragonChess wins, Judith, they finish 2nd.
Exactly. Actually, if they score a draw, then they finish.
Just 1 draw. Not
Out
they
of
need
2
half
games.
a point. They need half a point out of the next 2 games. It will be a Gellért and Dana taking on Miguel and Olga. A huge fight coming up in this final game of the Global Chess Festival Triathlon. And it is the fight for 2nd place as the players get ready to take on. Team DragonChess needs only a draw. Miguel, can he get the job done in this one?
And actually, they were very much in the bottom for some time, right?
Oh my gosh. After the entire puzzle battle, after the first segment, Judith, they were down on just 2 points.
Exactly. So I think they are also going to be surprised, kind of, that actually if they are going to be scoring half a point, which is not a big ask, right? So they easily can make a half point, I believe. I would give little a chance that DragonChess will not make half a point.
Yeah.
It would be very surprising for me.
For Crazylandia, they've done all that they had to, but some disappointing games for them. Some big misses and big points let go of, and now it is up to this one. And we've got action on the board. The queens have been traded off early on.
Yes, in this system, it happens. It's Sveshnikov, Pelikan. Players are playing very solid. I'm pretty sure Miguel is very happy with this opening.
Because like you said, Judith, needs only a draw to secure the 2nd spot.
And Black has a very active play. Black will be putting his king to e7. Black will not castle. Black can go f5 also later on.
The only downside in Black's position could be the c6 pawn. But how do you even get to it? Bishop a4 would be an idea, Judith. Can a white try to target the c6 weakness?
Not really. In such a positions, it's an isolated pawn, but there is nothing to be afraid of, really, because there is no way to attack it. Especially that there are no knights on the board. If the knight could be on b4 or a5, it could be some problem. But now, rook endgame, there is very minimal chance that Miguel can lose this game, to be honest.
And look at this nice move, rook to d5.
Yeah.
He wants to get the other rook to the d line to control it. Trades this pair of rooks, and you can give a check, but the king simply controls the penetrating d7 square and wants to break open with f5. I think Black can push this.
Well, definitely. Black is just going to be playing, c5 can be a problem. Look at that, c5.
By
rook
white,
d6.
not by Black. Because if Black goes c5, white rooks land on d5, so you're suggesting this plan for white.
Oh.
Ooh, the rook comes in. This is getting tricky. Is Miguel in trouble now, Judith? Because the pawns are coming under fire.
It can be.
If you fall back with the king, the rook attacks the h4 pawn and also threatens h7. Rook h8, rook c8 has been played like you suggested, c6 hanging. Not only hanging, I think it's about to fall because rook b6 runs into rook c7
Something is falling off.
with a check.
Oh, look at that, rook e6. Oi, oi, oi. How many pass pawns we've seen
And you've got
today?
a lot of them. And if you give check with the f pawn, white simply ignores it, sidesteps with the king, and you still cannot defend the e5 pawn.
Well, something went very wrong with Miguel.
And Crazylandia is happy about that
Well,
because
they're
their
also
chances are
sorry.
alive. They're not feeling that bad. And it looked like everything was under control for black, getting that draw in, but now down 2 pawns on the board. And a lot of time as well. a7 under attack, white's king super active.
And Gellért is not going to be misplaying this. He's just going to collect it.
Picks up a 3rd pawn. The house falls. And that's it. It gets flagged. Also lost on the board. A huge win by Gellért. Currently in 4th position. And we see Miguel there smiling. But now it's all up to Olga. Judith, she needs only a draw. This is the final game of the triathlon.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Olga will have all the fighting spirit and she wants to make that draw or a victory. She sees that it's on her whether they collect the $3,000.
That's a lot of money on the
it's a
line.
good evening.
It's a good evening. It's a great paycheck.
Yeah.
For about 3 hours of work, I love it. $3,000 for the second prize on the line right now. And for Team Maglat, they've got 1 point in, but they're at the bottom of the leaderboard. A win doesn't really help them, but they can play spoiler to Team
Exactly.
DragonChess right now. And this is the big prize pool. The Mighty Fox have won $4,000, the first place, with a phenomenal performance in all 3 segments. It is the fight for second place. Team Crazylandia really hoping that Dana gets the job done for them right now. But Olga versus Dana, that's quite aggressive fight. I think, Judith, a draw is the least likely result.
Oh, and also, of course, well, I don't know. We'll see because Dana is also going very slow in some of the games. But for sure, Dana wants to win.
She wants to win.
Just to have a good taste of the evening that finally wins.
Absolutely. And she starts with the white pieces. But right now, it's still a slow position. Very strategic fight. White wants to get a d4 break in at some point, but right now black completely in control of the d4 square. Can also jump in with his own knight to d4.
Well, bishop h6, do you think she wants to go?
I think she's going to
She
fall back
does.
with the bishop. Doesn't want to trade.
No.
And that's why the move rook
But
to
then
e8.
you know what happens when Dana is playing with white. f4, f5.
And knight f5. There are ideas on the board of delivering some checkmates. f4, f5 coming in. You know Dana well.
Well, I've seen some of her games and it's very clear that she's not shying away from attacks.
And even though the eval bar says that black has nothing to fear, in a bullet facing this position, you can start feeling shaky.
And seconds can be spent on this position. Queen g2, having
Seconds,
the
you
queen
did.
on d5.
If I had 30 minutes on the clock, I would feel it's not enough because f takes
Oh,
g6.
king g2? I would go queen g2. Though the knight on e5 is just standing amazingly well. Knight e4, bishop g5, so black can get in trouble. It's more dangerous for black for the moment, I
You're
think.
suggesting, takes on g6. The players are moving so fast, I'm not even being able to draw the arrows on the board. The knight lands on a juicy d5 square. Watch out for knight f6 at all times. The bishop can go to g5 and then land itself on f6 to try to trade off this key defender.
Well, anyway, bishop g5, I believe? No, doubling the rook on the f file.
A really nice idea as well, but you've got to watch out for any potential black
f5,
rook
look at
jumping
that, but
onto
knight
e2.
f4.
Ooh, this is getting
G4.
crazy, crazy, crazy.
Wow, knight g4?
Rook
What's
e2.
going on?
But queen can just go to g5?
Ooh,
Goes
queen
to f4. I'm
Also
surprised
good.
because queen g5 was such a direct threat, Judith.
Well, forcing.
Forcing white's hand there. But this was such a strange sacrifice.
Wow.
And Olga, right now with the black pieces, if she loses this, Crazylandia finishes second. So much on the line.
$1,000 mistake.
Yes. That was not a piece sacrifice. That was a $1,000 sacrifice. Whoa. Takes on h5 and what just happened? But this is not enough because white's rook is getting to all the pawns on the board.
taking. Oh, a3, look at that. A3.
Before taking away this key square.
That was a brutal move, that a3.
And now you just pick up the a pawn as well.
Or the d6 first.
Oh yeah, happy choice. Ooh,
b4,
surprising.
Yeah.
Why trade off all these pawns?
When you can take them.
When you can take it for free. All right, but there's some conversion to be done now suddenly.
Yeah, the question is what will be the end of this game, yeah?
A decisive result. And Judith, as long as there is a knight on the board, you've got to watch out for forks.
Yes.
You know, like don't place the rook on f6, you could just walk
But
into
the
a
knight will
d4.
be trapped, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Going out of
Knight
the...
d1 check will be given. Well, the knight is trying to come out of the other way. Knight a4 and get that knight back.
King b5.
You need to start
King
pushing the
c5.
pawns.
Yeah.
And Olga needs only a draw, Judith. If she picks up the c5 pawn somehow, it is a draw.
Gives check here and there. Well, of course, it's very difficult to save the knight.
You give
Check
a check.
on c3.
It's not easy to convert this with seconds on the clock. Okay, you've got to push the c pawn at
Check,
some
check,
point.
check.
Check, check.
Check.
And if you go c6, black wants to put the king on b6.
She had to go c6 already before, but okay, 10 seconds on the clock.
Now you go c6. Still
Yeah.
not.
King b6.
Oh,
King
she's getting
c6.
closer to the
And
checkmate.
then, well, it's only 9 seconds.
Ooh, and the king is escaping from a7.
Well, she could just take the knight on a8 and then queen.
Yes.
And that will
she's
be the
threatening
story.
that. Ooh, but you can take it because it's not a stalemate. Oh my god, this is heartbreak for Team DragonChess, Judith. And now you just queen and you checkmate on the a file. And Dana wins the game.
Yeah.
And with that wins Team Crazylandia a cool dude $3,000. Oh, this is heartbreaking for Team DragonChess. Needing only a draw out of the 2 games.
Yeah, this is painful.
Oh,
Very
that's going to
painful.
hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, there were quite a lot of dramas in the last segment, the third segment of the event. They started to get really tired, I believe. And of course, in bullet chess, what can you expect, right?
Only craziness, only unpredictable chess, and that's exactly what we had. What a triathlon this has been. Just some incredible turnaround, some big blunders, a mate in one, a rook in one. We've seen it all. And of course, the big winners at the end has been the mighty Fox, Judith, and very deserving winners.
Absolutely. I think they played well. They had some moments, very difficult moments, right? What we are going to be asking from them, how could they stand up and bounce back after giving a self-mate in one. So, but I think they are deserved winners.
Deserved winners. And Judith, I'm just wondering, we've got at second place Team Crazylandia and at third place Team DragonChess. So will that be a share of prize money then there?
We'll see.
We will see. And it seems like we've got a tie on second position, but a clear winner. A huge congratulations to Team Mighty Fox with a mighty 12 points at the top of the leaderboard. And we will be joined by the winners. We are going to go into a short break. And after that, we'll hear it from Berkes and Zsóka Gaál about their terrific performance.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
I've worked with the two players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
Welcome back, everyone. We are being joined in our studio by the winners of the first ever Global Chess Festival Triathlon, Team Mighty Fox. Firstly, Zsóka and Berkes, a huge congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
I have to ask the burning question first. Who came up with the name Mighty Fox?
Well, I had an idea, something around Fox. I used to be tricky, and I think for Zsóka was also passing this.
Judith, tricky players here, they got the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. I know Ferenc for a long time. He's extremely stable. This he showed very well in the last 2 games of him. So if you want to beat Ferenc, you have a very difficult job.
A very difficult job. And this was such a cool format because you both had to fight in 3 different segments. At the start of the day, how did you consider your chances and where did you think you were perhaps the strongest?
I was simply sure we will win it. Because I had the best partner, and I was sure if I'm not finishing in minus, it's enough for us.
Zsóka, what about you?
I was much more stressed than Fetzo, but yes, I saw that we had good chances.
Why did you think that you have good chances? I mean, for example, David and Alessia, they seem to be the favorites.
Yes, but we were practicing before the event, so.
So how did you practice?
We played games against each other.
Online?
Yes, online.
So what is it, bullet? And
bullet, yes.
also
1 plus
the
0.
battle?
Yes.
Okay, what about the tandem part?
I was sure we will win it because I always lost against Zsóka in bullet and also in puzzle rush too. And if I lose against someone always, that matters a lot.
And who did you think coming into this this event would be your biggest rivals here with the confidence that you had?
Well, I was sure my partner is strong. I think there would be coming many of them and we would win it. I feel if we should show a little more, we could do 1 point more.
And Berkes, we want to ask you what happened at the very end. It was the bullet portion and you made these 2 very professional draws. Something we don't get to see in bullet chess very often.
Because I never play bullet. If I would do it, you would see much more. I saw the tabella. Why should be hero? Don't stress her. She made good job, but then it's easier to play if everything's already done.
And Zsóka, you mentioned that you were feeling the stress a little bit. And there were these moments that Judith and I saw on camera that Berkes was trying to make you smile before the game. Yes. What was happening at that point?
He told me that I'm good, but yeah, nothing special.
How much do you think it helped that you're training sometimes together? Do you know each other very well? For example, in the tandem part, was it very helpful?
Matters a lot, very lot. With wide games, if you are checking how we played in Reti in tandem, it was counting double. That was very, very important. Both game was very good one.
So do you think this is the secret, this advantage you had?
Also, I believe if the difference between players are very big, it's not good in tandem.
And puzzle battle, tandem and blitz. Zsóka, which one did you enjoy the most?
Probably bullet. Yes, because yeah, it was best.
Tandem. I felt I'm just playing there.
You could share the responsibility.
The long game, 5 minutes and 3 seconds, right?
And then I also love to find out which plan to choose and make the first move and let her to follow the plan. Always giving some direction.
Yes.
So one person started the plan, the other one finished?
Exactly.
And what do you guys think about the celebration, the Global Chess Festival? It is something that Judith started from 2007. It's been happening in Hungary, in Budapest, and now this edition of the Triathlon. How did you feel about it, and did you guys have fun?
I felt very well in this chess festival. Also, yesterday was a brilliant day. Also, my kids were there and very happy. Also, I feel it was very well organized. Yeah. But I would be not in your place. To speaking so many nice stories so fastly, without rest. I think your job was much harder than ours.
You guys made it easy for us with all the entertaining chess, all the blunders and the hits and the misses and the brilliancies. We had a blast.
But I have one more question. You had this drama knight f6 h4. How could you get over that?
It was not hard. It happens.
And what about you?
Yes, for me it was harder because I made the move knight f6, but yes, I managed to relax and get back.
Was there any other time in your career that you made such a big blunder and you bounced back?
Yes.
I'm 38. I have many more. Even in longer time control. What to say?
It was fantastic to see how quickly you came back and were able to get the job done. And now, $4,000, quite a good paycheck. How are you guys celebrating?
Also 3 bottle wine from her because I was a good coach.
Aha.
And good leader.
What's the plan for celebration now that you won this one?
Well, I should think. First, drink 1 bottle of wine, and then during the second one, figure it out.
It sounds like a great plan. What about you, Zsóka?
I will go back to Olga, where I live, and probably sleep a lot.
That's too professional. You should change. You should change something. It's celebration time.
Okay.
All right, well, it has been absolutely fantastic. And before we wrap up, just a final question that I want to ask you is actually about Judith, because she's been such an inspiration to the entire world, and well, I can speak for myself at least, and I think many girls, many women players. What about you, Zsóka? What's it been like living in Hungary and having Judith with her mentorship here?
It's a really big opportunity that Judith supports me, and I'm really happy about it, and yes, it's great.
You're so lucky to have that, and
Yes,
big congratulations, Berkes and Zsóka. And it has been a big celebration, and Judith, we cannot end it without our players. What a party it's been for 2 days. Congratulations to you guys.
Thank you very much.
But to our other winners as well, Judith.
Yeah, we have all the participants, all the actors of the show of the last 3.5 hours. No matter how one, it was a great show.
Congratulations, everyone, for all the entertainment that you gave us. What a show this has been, Judith. And before we wrap up, I'm going to give you the mic one more time to finish the day. Your final thoughts on the Global Chess Festival.
Well, for me, it was something very special that this was the first occasion that we did it 2 days. So yesterday we had more than 4,000 visitors at the National Gallery with tons of kids and activities. And today it was the first time we had it online on separate day. We had an educational chess summit. You can look at the back. And of course, this was a celebration of this triathlon for the first time. And I'm very happy that all of you accepted the invitation and was here to entertain not only us, but the audience. And I hope you had some good moments also. And now everybody can rest and enjoy.
It's been a fantastic 2 days in Budapest, celebrating chess with Judith Polgar's Global Chess Festival, and what a triathlon we've had. Thank you to everyone who joined us in the fun, and we will be back next year with more from Global Chess Festival in Budapest. It is goodbye from us for now. See you later.
you.